Book 1, Part 1 of On the Nature of Things. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Vimont. On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus. Translated by William Ellery Leonard. Book 1, Part 1. Proem. Mother of Rome, delight of gods and men, dear Venus, that beneath the gliding stars makest to teem the many-voyaged main and fruitful lands, for all of living things through thee alone are evermore conceived, through thee are risen to visit the great sun. Before thee, goddess, and thy coming on, flee stormy wind and massy cloud away. For thee, the daedal earth bears scented flowers. For thee, waters of the unvexed deep smile, and the hollows of the serene sky glow with diffused radiance. For thee. For soon as comes the springtime face of day, and procreant gales blow from the west unbarred, first fowls of air, smit to the heart by thee, foretoken thy approach, O thou divine. And leap the wild herds round the happy fields, or swim the bounding torrents. Thus amain, seized with the spell, all creatures follow thee, whithersoever thou walkest forth to lead. And thence, through seas and mountains and swift streams, through leafy homes of birds and greening plains, kindling the lure of love in every breast, thou bringest the eternal generations forth, kind after kind. And since 'tis thou alone guidest the cosmos, and without thee naught is risen to reach the shining shores of light, nor aught of joyful or of lovely born, thee do I crave co-partner in that verse which I presume on nature to compose for Memmius mine, whom thou hast willed to be peerless in every grace at every hour. Wherefore, indeed, divine one, give my words immortal charm. Lull to a timely rest, o'er sea and land, the savage works of war, for thou alone hast power with public peace to aid mortality, since he who rules the savage works of battle, puissant Mars, how often to thy bosom flings his strength, o'ermastered by the eternal wound of love. And there, with eyes and full throat backward thrown, gazing, my goddess, open-mouthed at thee, pastures on love his greedy sight, his breath hanging upon thy lips. Him, thus reclined, fill with thy holy body, round, above. Pour from those lips soft syllables to win peace for the Romans, glorious lady, peace. For in a season troublous to the state, neither may I attend this task of mine with thought untroubled, nor mid such events the illustrious scion of the Memmian house neglect the civic cause. Whilst humankind throughout the lands lay miserably crushed before all eyes beneath religion, who would show her head along the region skies, glowering on mortals with her hideous face. A Greek it was, who first opposing dared raise mortal eyes that terror to withstand, whom nor the fame of gods, nor lightning stroke, nor threatening thunder of the ominous sky abashed, but rather chafed to angry zest his dauntless heart, to be the first to rend the crossbars at the gates of nature old. And thus his will and hardy wisdom won. And forward thus he fared afar, beyond the flaming ramparts of the world, until he wandered the unmeasurable all. Whence he to us, a conqueror, reports what things can rise to being, what cannot, and by what law to each its scope prescribed, its boundary stone that clings so deep in time. Wherefore religion now is under foot, and us his victory now exalts to heaven. I know how hard it is in Latian verse to tell the dark discoveries of the Greeks, chiefly because our pauper speech must find strange terms to fit the strangeness of the thing. Yet worth of thine and the expected joy of thy sweet friendship do persuade me on, to bear all toil and wake the clear nights through, seeking with what of words and what of song I may at last most gloriously uncloud for thee the light beyond, wherewith to view the core of being at the centre hid. And for the rest, summon to judgments true unbusied ears, and singleness of mind withdrawn from cares, lest these my gifts, arranged for thee with eager service, thou disdain before thou comprehendest. Since for thee I prove the supreme law of gods and sky, and the primordial germs of things unfold, whence nature all creates, and multiplies and fosters all, and whither she resolves each in the end, when each is overthrown. This ultimate stock we have devised to name procreant atoms, matter, seeds of things, or primal bodies, as primal to the world. I fear, perhaps thou deemest that we fare an impious road to realms of thought profane. But 'tis that same religion oftener far hath bred the foul impieties of men. As once at Aulis, the elected chiefs, foremost of heroes, Danaan counsellors, defiled Diana's altar, virgin queen, with Agamemnon's daughter, foully slain. She felt the chaplet round her maiden locks, and fillets fluttering down on either cheek, and at the altar marked her grieving sire, the priest beside him who concealed the knife, and all the folk in tears at sight of her. With a dumb terror and a sinking knee she dropped, nor might avail her now that first 'twas she who gave the king a father's name. They raised her up, they bore the trembling girl on to the altar, hither led not now with solemn rites and hymeneal choir, but, sinless woman, sinfully fordone, a parent felled her on her bridal day, making his child a sacrificial beast to give the ships auspicious winds for Troy. Such are the crimes to which religion leads. And there shall come the time when even thou, forced by the soothsayer's terror tales, shalt seek to break from us. Many a dream even now can they concoct to rout thy plans of life, and trouble all thy fortunes with base fears. I own with reason, for if men but knew some fixed end to ills, they would be strong by some device unconquered to withstand religions and the menacings of seers. But now nor skill nor instrument is theirs, since men must dread eternal pains in death. For what the soul may be, they do not know, whether 'tis born, or enter in at birth, and whether, snatched by death, it die with us, or visit the shadows in the vasty caves of Orcus, or by some divine decree enter the brute herds, as our Ennius sang, who first from lovely Helicon brought down a laurel wreath of bright perennial leaves, renowned forever among the Italian clans. Yet Ennius, too, in everlasting verse, proclaims those vaults of Acheron to be, though thence, he said, nor souls nor bodies fair, but only phantom figures, strangely wan, and tells how once from out those regions rose old Homer's ghost to him, and shed salt tears, and with his words unfolded nature's source. Then be it ours, with steady mind, to clasp the purport of the skies, the law behind the wandering courses of the sun and moon, to scan the powers that speed all life below, but most to see with reasonable eyes of what the mind, of what the soul is made, and what it is so terrible that breaks on us asleep or waking in disease, until we seem to mark and hear at hand dead men, whose bones earth bosomed long ago. End of Book 1, Part 1. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 1, Part 2 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus. Translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 1, Part 2. Substance is Eternal. This terror, then, this darkness of the mind, not sunrise with its flaring spokes of light, nor glittering arrows of morning can disperse, but only nature's aspect and her law, which, teaching us, hath this exordium: nothing from nothing ever yet was born. Fear holds dominion over mortality only because, seeing in land and sky so much the cause whereof no wise they know, men think divinities are working there. Meantime, when once we know from nothing still nothing can be create, we shall divine more clearly what we seek: those elements from which alone all things created are, and how accomplished by no tool of God's. Suppose all sprang from all things. Any kind might take its origin from any thing, no fixed seed required. Men from the sea might rise, and from the land the scaly breed, and fowl full-fledged come bursting from the sky. The horned cattle, the herds, and all the wild would haunt with varying offspring tilth and waste. Nor would the same fruits keep their olden trees, but each might grow from any stock or limb, by chance and change. Indeed, and were there not for each its procreant atoms, could things have each its unalterable mother old? But, since produced from fixed seeds are all, each birth goes forth upon the shores of light from its own stuff, from its own primal bodies. And all from all cannot become, because in each resides a secret power its own. Again, why see we lavished o'er the lands at spring the rose, at summer heat the corn, the vines that mellow when the autumn lures, if not because the fixed seeds of things at their own season must together stream, and new creations only be revealed when the due times arrive, and pregnant earth safely may give unto the shores of light her tender progenies. But if from naught were their becoming, they would spring abroad suddenly, unforeseen, in alien months, with no primordial germs to be preserved from procreant unions at an adverse hour. Nor on the mingling of the living seeds would space be needed for the growth of things, were life an increment of nothing. Then the tiny babe forthwith would walk a man, and from the turf would leap a branching tree. Wonders unheard of, for by nature each slowly increases from its lawful seed, and through that increase shall conserve its kind. Whence take the proof that things enlarge and feed from out their proper matter. Thus it comes that earth, without her seasons of fixed rains, could bear no produce such as makes us glad, and whatsoever lives, if shut from food, prolongs its kind and guards its life no more. Thus easier 'tis to hold that many things have primal bodies in common, as we see the single letters common to many words, than aught exists without its origins. Moreover, why should nature not prepare men of a bulk to ford the seas afoot, or rend the mighty mountains with their hands, or conquer time with length of days, if not because for all begotten things abides the changeless stuff, and what from that may spring is fixed for evermore. Lastly, we see how far the tilled surpass the fields untilled, and to the labor of our hands return their more abounding crops. There are indeed within the earth primordial germs of things, which, as the plowshare turns the fruitful clods and kneads the mold, we quicken into birth. Else would ye mark, without all toil of ours, spontaneous generations, fairer forms. Confess, then, naught from nothing can become, since all must have their seeds, wherefrom to grow, wherefrom to reach the gentle fields of air. Hence too it comes that nature all dissolves into their primal bodies again, and naught perishes ever to annihilation. For were aught mortal in its every part, before our eyes it might be snatched away unto destruction, since no force were needed to sunder its members and undo its bands. Whereas of truth, because all things exist with seed imperishable, nature allows destruction nor collapse of aught, until some outward force may shatter by a blow, or inward craft entering its hollow cells dissolve it down. And more than this, if time, that wastes with eld the works along the world, destroy entire, consuming matter all, whence then may Venus, back to light of life, restore the generations, kind by kind? Or how, when thus restored, may daedal earth foster and plenish with her ancient food, which, kind by kind, she offers unto each? Whence may the water springs beneath the sea, or inland rivers far and wide away, keep the unfathomable ocean full? And out of what does ether feed the stars? For lapsed years and infinite age must else have eat all shapes of mortal stock away. But be it, the long ago contained those germs by which this sum of things recruited lives, those same infallibly can never die, nor nothing to nothing evermore return. And, too, the selfsame power might end alike all things, were they not still together held by matter eternal, shackled through its parts, now more, now less. A touch might be enough to cause destruction, for the slightest force would loose the weft of things wherein no part were of imperishable stock. But now, because the fastenings of primordial parts are put together diversely, and stuff is everlasting, things abide the same, unhurt and sure, until some power comes on strong to destroy the warp and woof of each. Nothing returns to naught, but all return, at their collapse, to primal forms of stuff. Lo! The rains perish, which Ether Father throws down to the bosom of Earth Mother. But then up springs the shining grain, and boughs are green amid the trees, and trees themselves wax big, and lade themselves with fruits. And hence, in turn, the race of man and all the wild are fed. Hence joyful cities thrive with boys and girls, and leafy woodlands echo with new birds. Hence cattle, fat and drowsy, lay their bulk along the joyous pastures, whilst the drops of white ooze trickle from distended bags. Hence the young scamper on their weakling joints along the tender herbs, fresh hearts a-frisk with warm new milk. Thus naught of what so seems perishes utterly, since nature ever upbuilds one thing from other, suffering naught to come to birth, but through some others death. And now, since I have taught that things cannot be born from nothing, nor the same, when born, to nothing be recalled, doubt not my words, because our eyes no primal germs perceive. For mark those bodies which, though known to be in this our world, are yet invisible. The winds, infuriate, lash our face and frame unseen, and swamp huge ships, and rend the clouds, or eddying wildly down, bestrew the plains with mighty trees, or scour the mountain tops with forest crackling blasts. Thus on they rave with uproar shrill and ominous moan. The winds, 'tis clear, are sightless bodies, sweeping through the sea, the lands, the clouds along the sky, vexing and whirling and seizing all amain. And forth they flow and pile destruction round, even as the water's soft and supple bulk, becoming a river of abounding floods, which a wide downpour from the lofty hills swells with big showers, dashes headlong down fragments of woodland and whole branching trees. Nor can the solid bridges bide the shock, as on the water's whelm. The turbulent stream, strong with 100 rains, beats round the piers, crashes with havoc, and rolls beneath its waves down-toppled masonry and ponderous stone, hurling away whatever would oppose. Even so must move the blasts of all the winds, which, when they spread, like to a mighty flood, hither or thither, drive things on before, and hurl to ground with still renewed assault. Or sometimes, in their circling vortex, seize and bear in cones of whirlwind down the world. The winds are sightless bodies, and naught else, since both in works and ways they rival well the mighty rivers, the visible in form. Then, too, we know the varied smells of things, yet never to our nostrils see them come. With eyes we view not burning heat, nor cold, nor are we wont men's voices to behold, yet these must be corporeal at the base, since thus they smite the senses. Naught there is save body, having property of touch. And raiment, hung by surf-beat shore, grows moist. The same, spread out before the sun, will dry. Yet no one saw how sank the moisture in, nor how by heat off-driven. Thus we know that moisture is dispersed about in bits too small for eyes to see. Another case. A ring upon the finger thins away along the underside with years and suns. The drippings from the eaves will scoop the stone. The hooked plowshare, though of iron, wastes amid the fields insidiously. We view the rock-paved highways worn by many feet, and at the gates the brazen statues show their right hands leaner from the frequent touch of wayfarers innumerable who greet. We see how wearing down hath minished these, but just what motes depart at any time, the envious nature of vision bars our sight. Lastly, whatever days and nature add, little by little, constraining things to grow in due proportion, no gaze, however keen, of these our eyes hath watched and known. No more can we observe what's lost at any time, when things wax old with eld and foul decay, or when salt seas eat under beetling crags. Thus nature ever by unseen bodies works. End of Book 1, Part 2. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 1, Part 3 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus. Translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 1, Part 3. The Void. But yet, creation's neither crammed nor blocked about by body. There's in things a void, which to have known will serve thee many a turn, nor will not leave thee wandering in doubt, forever searching in the sum of all, and losing faith in these pronouncements mine. There's place intangible, a void and room. For were it not, things could in no wise move, since body's property to block and check would work on all, and at all times the same. Thus, naught could evermore push forth and go, since naught elsewhere would yield a starting place. But now, through oceans, lands, and heights of heaven, by divers causes and in divers modes, before our eyes we mark how much may move, which, finding not a void, would fail, deprived of stir and motion, nay, would then have been nowise begot at all, since matter then had stayed at rest, its parts together crammed. Then too, however solid objects seem, they yet are formed of matter mixed with void. In rocks and caves the watery moisture seeps, and beady drops stand out like plenteous tears. And food finds way through every frame that lives. The trees increase and yield the season's fruit, because their food throughout the whole is poured, even from the deepest roots, through trunks and boughs. And voices pass the solid walls, and fly reverberant through shut doorways of a house. And stiffening frost seeps inward to our bones, which, but for voids, for bodies to go through, 'tis clear, could happen in no wise at all. Again, why see we among objects some of heavier weight, but of no bulkier size? Indeed, if in a ball of wool there be as much of body as in lump of lead, the two should weigh alike, since body tends to load things downward, while the void abides, by contrary nature, the imponderable. Therefore, an object just as large but lighter declares infallibly it's more of void, even as the heavier more of matter shows, and how much less of vacant room inside. That which we're seeking with sagacious quest exists infallibly co-mixed with things. The void, the invisible inane. Right here I am compelled a question to expound, forestalling something certain folk suppose, lest it avail to lead thee off from truth. Waters, they say, before the shining breed of the swift scaly creatures somehow give, and straightway open sudden liquid paths, because the fishes leave behind them room to which at once the yielding billows stream. Thus things among themselves can yet be moved, and change their place, however full the sum. Received opinion, wholly false, forsooth. For where can scaly creatures forward dart, save where the waters give them room? Again, where can the billows yield a way, so long as ever the fish are powerless to go? Thus, either all bodies of motion are deprived, or things contain admixture of a void, where each thing gets its start in moving on. Lastly, where after impact two broad bodies suddenly spring apart, the air must crowd the whole new void between those bodies formed. But air, however it stream with hastening gusts, can yet not fill the gap at once, for first it makes for one place, air diffused through all. And then, if haply any think this comes when bodies spring apart, because the air somehow condenses, wander they from truth. For then a void is formed where none before, and too a void is filled which was before. Nor can air be condensed in such a wise. Nor, granting it could, without a void, I hold it still could not contract upon itself, and draw its parts together into one. Wherefore, despite demur and counterspeech, confess thou must, there is a void in things. And still, I might by many an argument here scrape together credence for my words. But for the keen eye these mere footprints serve, whereby thou mayest know the rest thyself. As dogs, full oft with noses on the ground, find out the silent lairs, though hid in brush, of beasts, the mountain rangers, when but once they scent the certain footsteps of the way, thus thou thyself, in themes like these alone, can hunt from thought to thought, and keenly wind along even onward to the secret places, and drag out truth. But if thou loiter, loathe, or veer, however little from the point, this I can promise, Memmius, for a fact: such copious draughts my singing tongue shall pour from the large wellsprings of my plenished breast, that much I dread slow age will steal and coil along our members, and unloose the gates of life within us, ere for thee my verse hath put within thine ears the stores of proofs at hand for one soever question broached. End of Book 1, Part 3. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 1, Part 4 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus, translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 1, Part 4. Nothing exists per se except atoms and the void. But now, again, to weave the tale begun. All nature, then, as self-sustained, consists of twain of things, of bodies and of void in which they're set and where they're moved around. For common instinct of our race declares that body, of itself, exists, unless this primal faith, deep-founded, fail us not, naught will there be whereunto to appeal on things occult, when seeking aught to prove by reasonings of mind. Again, without that place and room, which we do call the inane, nowhere could bodies then be set, nor go hither or thither at all, as shown before. Besides, there's naught of which thou canst declare it lives disjoined from body, shut from void, a kind of third in nature. For whatever exists must be a somewhat, and the same, if tangible, however light and slight, will yet increase the count of body's sum, with its own augmentation, big or small. But if intangible, and powerless ever to keep a thing from passing through itself on any side, 'twill be naught else but that which we do call the empty, the inane. Again, whate'er exists, as of itself, must either act or suffer action on it, or else be that wherein things move and be. Naught saving body acts, is acted on. Naught but the inane can furnish room. And thus, beside the inane and bodies, is no third nature amid the number of all things, remainder none, to fall at any time under our senses, nor be seized and seen by any man through reasonings of mind. Name or creation with what names thou wilt, thou'lt find but properties of those first twain, or see but accidents those twain produce. A property is that which not at all can be disjoined and severed from a thing without a fatal dissolution. Such weight to the rocks, heat to the fire, and flow to the wide waters, touch to corporal things, intangibility to the viewless void. But state of slavery, pauperhood and wealth, freedom and war and concord, and all else which come and go whilst nature stands the same, we're wont, and rightly, to call accidents. Even time exists not of itself, but sense reads out of things what happened long ago, what presses now, and what shall follow after. No man, we must admit, feels time itself, disjoined from motion and repose of things. Thus, when they say there is the ravishment of Princess Helen, is the siege and sack of Trojan town, look out! They force us not to admit these acts existent by themselves, merely because those races of mankind, of whom these acts were accidents, long since irrevocable age has borne away. For all past actions may be said to be but accidents, in one way of mankind, in other of some region of the world. Add, too, had been no matter, and no room wherein all things go on, the fire of love upblown by that fair form, the glowing coal under the Phrygian Alexander's breast, had ne'er enkindled that renowned strife of savage war, nor had the wooden horse involved in flames old Pergama, by a birth at midnight of a brood of the Hellenes. And thus thou canst remark that every act, at bottom, exists not of itself, nor is as body is, nor has like name with void, but rather of sort more fitly to be called an accident of body, and of place, wherein all things go on. End of Book 1, Part 4. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 1, Part 5 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus, translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 1, Part 5. Character of the Atoms. Bodies, again, are partly primal germs of things, and partly unions deriving from the primal germs. And those which are the primal germs of things no power can quench, for in the end they conquer by their own solidness. Though hard it be to think that aught in things has solid frame, for lightnings pass, no less than voice and shout, through hedging walls of houses, and the iron white dazzles in the fire, and rocks will burn with exhalations fierce, and burst asunder. Totters the rigid gold, dissolved in heat. The ice of bronze melts, conquered in the flame. Warmth and the piercing cold through silver seep, since, with the cups held rightly in the hand, we oft feel both, as from above is poured the dew of waters between their shining sides. So true it is, no solid form is found. But yet, because true reason and nature of things constrain us, come, whilst in few verses now I disentangle how there still exist bodies of solid everlasting frame, the seeds of things, the primal germs we teach, whence all creation around us came to be. First, since we know a twofold nature exists of things, both twain and utterly unlike, body and place in which all things go on, then each must be both for and through itself, and all unmixed. Where'er be empty space, there body's not. And so where body bides, there not at all exists the void inane. Thus primal bodies are solid, without a void. But since there's void in all begotten things, all solid matter must be round the same. Nor by true reason canst thou prove aught hides and holds a void within its body, unless thou grant what holds it be a solid. No, that which can hold a void of things within can be naught else than matter, in union knit. Thus matter, consisting of a solid frame, hath power to be eternal, though all else, though all creation, be dissolved away. Again, were naught of empty and inane, the world were then a solid, as, without some certain bodies to fill the places held, the world that is were but a vacant void. And so, infallibly, alternate-wise, body and void are still distinguished, since nature knows no wholly full nor void. There are, then, certain bodies possessed of power to vary forever the empty and the full, And these can nor be sundered from without by beats and blows, nor from within be torn by penetration, nor be overthrown by any assault soever through the world. For without void naught can be crushed, it seems, nor broken, nor severed by a cut in twain, nor can it take the damp, or seeping cold, or piercing fire, those old destroyers three. But the more void within a thing, the more entirely it totters at their sure assault. Thus, if first bodies be, as I have taught, solid, without a void, they must be then eternal. And if matter ne'er had been eternal, long ere now had all things gone back into nothing utterly, and all we see around from nothing had been born. But since I taught above that naught can be from naught created, nor the once begotten to naught be summoned back, these primal germs must have an immortality of frame. And into these must each thing be resolved when comes its supreme hour, that thus there be at hand the stuff for plenishing the world. So primal germs have solid singleness, nor otherwise could they have been conserved through eons and infinity of time for the replenishment of wasted worlds. Once more, if nature had given a scope for things to be forever broken more and more, by now the bodies of matter would have been so far reduced by breakings in old days that from them nothing could, at season fixed, be born, and arrive its prime and top of life. For lo, each thing is quicker marred than made, and so whate'er the long infinitude of days and all fore-past time would now by this have broken and ruined and dissolved, that same could ne'er in all remaining time be builded up for plenishing the world. But mark, infallibly a fixed bound remaineth stablished 'gainst their breaking down, since we behold each thing soever renewed, and unto all their seasons, after their kind, wherein they arrive the flower of their age. Again, if bounds have not been set against the breaking down of this corporeal world, yet must all bodies of whatever things have still endured from everlasting time unto this present, as not yet assailed by shocks of peril. But because the same are, to thy thinking, of a nature frail, it ill accords that thus they could remain, as thus they do, through everlasting time, vexed through the ages, as indeed they are, by the innumerable blows of chance. So, in our programme of creation, mark how 'tis that, though the bodies of all stuff are solid to the core, we yet explain the ways whereby some things are fashioned soft, air, water, earth, and fiery exhalations, and by what force they function and go on. The fact is founded in the void of things. But if the primal germs themselves be soft, reason cannot be brought to bear to show the ways whereby may be created these great crags of basalt and the during iron, for their whole nature will profoundly lack the first foundations of a solid frame. But, powerful in old simplicity, abide the solid, the primeval germs, and by their combinations more condensed, all objects can be tightly knit and bound, and made to show unconquerable strength. Again, since all things, kind by kind, obtain fixed bounds of growing and conserving life, since nature hath inviolably decreed what each can do, what each can never do, since naught is changed, but all things so abide, that ever the variegated birds reveal the spots or stripes peculiar to their kind, spring after spring. Thus, surely, all that is must be composed of matter immutable. For if the primal germs in any wise were open to conquest and to change, 'twould be uncertain also what could come to birth and what could not, and by what law to each its scope prescribed, its boundary stone that clings so deep in time. Nor could the generations, kind after kind, so often reproduce the nature, habits, motions, ways of life of their progenitors. And then again, since there is ever an extreme bounding point of that first body, which our senses now cannot perceive, that bounding point indeed exists without all parts, a minimum of nature, nor was e'er a thing apart, as of itself, nor shall hereafter be, since 'tis itself still parcel of another, a first and single part, whence other parts, and others similar in order, lie in a packed phalanx, filling to the full the nature of first body. Being thus not self-existent, they must cleave to that from which in no wise they can sundered be. So primal germs have solid singleness, which tightly packed and closely joined cohere by virtue of their minim particles, no compound by mere union of the same, but strong in their eternal singleness. Nature, reserving them as seeds for things, permitteth naught of rupture or decrease. Moreover, were there not a minimum, the smallest bodies would have infinites, since then a half of half could still be halved, with limitless division less and less. Then what the difference twixt the sum and least? None. For however infinite the sum, yet even the smallest would consist the same of infinite parts. But since true reason here protests, denying that the mind can think it, convinced thou must confess such things there are as have no parts, the minimums of nature. And since these are, likewise confess thou must that primal bodies are solid and etern. Again, if nature, creatress of all things, were wont to force all things to be resolved unto least parts, then would she not avail to reproduce from out them anything? Because whate'er is not endowed with parts cannot possess those properties required of generative stuff, divers connections, weights, blows, encounters, motions, whereby things for evermore have being and go on. End of Book 1, Part 5. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 1, Part 6 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus, translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 1, Part 6. Confutation of Other Philosophers. And on such grounds it is that those who held the stuff of things is fire, and out of fire alone the cosmic sum is formed, are seen mightily from true reason to have lapsed. Of whom, chief leader to do battle, comes that Heraclitus, famous for dark speech among the silly, not the serious Greeks who search for truth. For dolts are ever prone that to be wonder and adore which hides beneath distorted words, holding that true which sweetly tickles in their stupid ears, or which is rouged in finely finished phrase. For how, I ask, can things so varied be, if formed of fire, single and pure? No whit 'twould help for fire to be condensed or thinned, if all the parts of fire did still preserve but fire's own nature, seen before in gross. The heat were keener with the parts compressed, milder, again, when severed or dispersed. And more than this, thou canst conceive of naught that from such causes could become, much less might earth's variety of things be born from any fire soever, dense or rare. This too, if they suppose a void in things, then fires can be condensed and still left rare. But since they see such opposites of thought rising against them, and are loath to leave an unmixed void in things, they fear the steep and lose the road of truth. Nor do they see that, if from things we take away the void, all things are then condensed, and out of all one body made, which has no power to dart swiftly from out itself, not anything, as throws the fire its light and warmth around, giving thee proof its parts are not compact. But if perhaps they think, in otherwise, fires through their combinations can be quenched and change their substance, very well. Behold, if fire shall spare to do so in no part, then heat will perish utterly and all, and out of nothing would the world be formed. For change in anything from out its bounds means instant death of that which was before, and thus a somewhat must persist unharmed amid the world, lest all return to naught, and born from naught abundance thrive anew. Now, since indeed there are those surest bodies which keep their nature evermore the same, upon whose going out and coming in and changed order things their nature change, and all corporeal substances transformed, 'tis thine to know those primal bodies then are not of fire. For 'twere of no avail should some depart and go away, and some be added new, and some be changed in order, if still all kept their nature of old heat. For whatsoever they created then would still in any case be only fire. The truth, I fancy, this: bodies there are, whose clashings, motions, order, posture, shapes, produce the fire, and which, by order changed, do change the nature of the thing produced, and are thereafter nothing like to fire, nor whatso else has power to send its bodies, with impact touching on the senses' touch. Again, to say that all things are but fire, and no true thing in number of all things exists but fire, as this same fellow says, seems crazed folly. For the man himself against the senses by the senses fights, and hews at that through which is all belief, through which indeed unto himself is known the thing he calls the fire. For though he thinks the senses truly can perceive the fire, he thinks they cannot as regards all else, which still are palpably as clear to sense. To me, a thought inept and crazy too. For whither shall we make appeal? For what more certain than our senses can there be, whereby to mark asunder error and truth? Besides, why rather do away with all, and wish to allow heat only, than deny the fire, and still allow all else to be? Alike the madness, either way, it seems. Thus, whosoe'er have held the stuff of things to be but fire, and out of fire the sum, and whosoever have constituted air as first beginning of begotten things, and all whoever have held that of itself water alone contrives things, or that earth createth all and changes things anew to divers natures, mightily they seem a long way to have wandered from the truth. Add, too, whoever make the primal stuff twofold by joining air to fire and earth to water. Add who deem that things can grow out of the four, fire, earth, and breath, and rain, as first Empedocles of Acragas, whom that three-cornered isle of all the lands bore on her coasts, around which flows and flows in mighty bend and bay the Ionic seas, splashing the brine from off their gray-green waves. Here, billowing onward through the narrow straits, swift ocean cuts her boundaries from the shores of the Italic mainland. Here the waste Charybdis, and here Etna rumbles threats to gather anew such furies of its flames as with its force anew to vomit fires belched from its throat, and skyward bear anew its lightning's flash. And though for much she seem the mighty and the wondrous isle to men, most rich in all good things, and fortified with generous strength of heroes, she hath ne'er possessed within her aught of more renown, nor aught more holy, wonderful, and dear than this true man. Nay, ever so far and pure, the lofty music of his breast divine lifts up its voice and tells of glories found that scarce he seems of human stock create. Yet he, and those forementioned, known to be so far beneath him, less than he in all, though, as discoverers of much goodly truth, they gave, as 'twere from out of the heart's own shrine, responses holier and soundlier based than ever the Pythia pronounced for men from out the triped and the Delphian laurel, have still, in matter of first elements, made ruin of themselves. And great men, great indeed, and heavy there for them the fall. First because, banishing the void from things, they yet assign them motion, and allow things soft and loosely textured to exist, as air, dew, fire, earth, animals, and grains, without admixture of void amid their frame. Next because thinking there can be no end in cutting bodies down to less and less, nor pause established to their breaking up. They hold there is no minimum in things. Albeit we see the boundary point of aught is that which to our senses seems its least, whereby thou mayest conjecture that because the things thou canst not mark have boundary points, they surely have their minimums. Then, too, since these philosophers ascribe to things soft primal germs, which we behold to be of birth and body mortal thus throughout, the sum of things must be returned to naught, and born from naught, abundance thrive anew. Thou seest how far each doctrine stands from truth. And next, these bodies are among themselves in many ways poisons and foes to each, wherefore their congress will destroy them quite or drive asunder, as we see in storms, rains, winds, and lightnings all asunder fly. Thus, too, if all things are create of four, and all again dissolved into the four, how can the four be called the primal germs of things, more than all things themselves be thought, by retroversion, primal germs of them? For ever alternately are both begot, with interchange of nature and aspect from immemorial time. But if percase thou think'st the frame of fire and earth, the air, the dew of water, can in such wise meet as not by mingling to resign their nature, from them for thee no world can be create, no thing of breath, no stock or stalk of tree. In the wild congress of this varied heap each thing its proper nature will display, and air will palpably be seen mixed up with earth together, unquenched heat with water. But primal germs, in bringing things to birth, must have a latent, unseen quality, lest some outstanding alien element confuse and minish in the thing create its proper being. But these men begin from heaven and from its fires, and first they feign that fire will turn into the winds of air, next that from air the rain begotten is, and earth created out of rain, and then that all, reversely, are returned from earth, the moisture first, then air, thereafter heat, and that these same ne'er cease in interchange, to go their ways from heaven to earth, from earth unto the stars of the ethereal world, which in no wise at all the germs can do, since an immutable somewhat still must be, lest all things utterly be sped to naught. For change in anything from out its bounds means instant death of that which was before. Wherefore, since those things, mentioned heretofore, suffer a changed state, they must derive from others ever unconvertible, lest all things utterly return to naught. Then why not rather presuppose there be bodies with such a nature furnished forth that, if perchance they have created fire, can still, by virtue of a few withdrawn or added few, and motion and order changed, fashion the winds of air, and thus all things forevermore be interchanged with all? But facts in proof are manifest, thou sayest, that all things grow into the winds of air, and forth from earth are nourished, and unless the season favour at propitious hour with rains enough to set the trees a-reel under the soak of bulking thunderheads, and sun for its share foster and give heat, no grains, nor trees, nor breathing things can grow. True, and unless hard food and moisture soft recruited man, his frame would waste away, and life dissolve from out his thews and bones. For out of doubt recruited and fed are we by certain things, as other things by others, because in many ways the many germs common to many things are mixed in things. No wonder 'tis that, therefore, divers things by divers things are nourished. And again, often it matters vastly with what others, in what positions the primordial germs are bound together, and what motions, too, they give and get among themselves. For these same germs do put together sky, sea, lands, rivers, and sun, grains, trees, and breathing things. But yet commixed they are in divers modes with divers things, forever as they move. Nay, thou beholdest in our verses here elements many, common to many worlds, albeit thou must confess each verse, each word from one another differs both in sense and ring of sound. So much the elements can bring about by change of order alone. But those which are the primal germs of things have power to work more combinations still, whence divers things can be produced in turn. Now let us also take for scrutiny the homeomeria of Anaxagoras, so called by Greeks, for which our pauper speech yieldeth no name in the Italian tongue, although the thing itself is not o'er hard for explanation. First, then, when he speaks of this homeomeria of things, he thinks bones to be sprung from littlest bones minute, and from minute and littlest flesh all flesh, and blood created out of drops of blood, conceiving gold compact of grains of gold, and earth concreted out of bits of earth, fire made of fires, and water out of waters, feigning the like with all the rest of stuff. Yet he concedes not any void in things, nor any limit to cutting bodies down. Wherefore to me he seems on both accounts to err no less than those we named before. Add, too, these germs, he feigns, are far too frail, if they be germs primordial, furnished forth with but same nature as the things themselves, and travail and perish equally with those, and no rain curbs them from annihilation. For which will last against the grip and crush under the teeth of death? The fire? The moist? Or else the air? Which then? The blood? The bones? No one, methinks, when everything will be at bottom as mortal as whate'er we mark to perish by force before our gazing eyes. But my appeal is to the proofs above that things cannot fall back to naught, nor yet from naught increase. And now again, since food augments and nourishes the human frame, 'tis thine to know our veins and blood and bones and thews are formed of particles unlike to them in kind. Or, if they say all foods are of mixed substance, having in themselves small bodies of thews and bones, and also veins and particles of blood, then every food, solid or liquid, must itself be thought as made and mixed of things unlike in kind, of bones, of thews, of ichor, and of blood. Again, if all the bodies which upgrow from earth are first within the earth, then earth must be compound of alien substances, which spring and bloom abroad from out the earth. Transfer the argument, and thou mayest use the selfsame words. If flame and smoke and ash still lurk unseen within the wood must be compound of alien substances, which spring from out the wood. Right here remains a certain slender means to skulk from truth, which Anaxagoras takes unto himself, who holds that all things lurk commixed with all, while that one only comes to view, of which the bodies exceed in number all the rest, and lie more close to hand and at the fore, a notion banished from true reason far. For then 'twere meet that kernels of the grains should oft, when crunched between the might of stones, give forth a sign of blood, or of aught else which in our human frame is fed, and that rock rubbed on rock should yield a gory ooze. Likewise, the herbs ought oft to give forth drops of sweet milk, flavored like the uddered sheep's. Indeed, we ought to find, when crumbling up the earthy clods, there herbs and grains and leaves, all sorts dispersed minutely in the soil. Lastly, we ought to find in cloven wood ashes and smoke, and bits of fire there hid. But since fact teaches this is not the case, 'tis thine to know things are not mixed with things thus wise, but seeds, common to many things, commixed in many ways, must lurk in things. But often it happens on skiey hills, thou sayest, that neighboring tops of lofty trees are rubbed one against other, smote by the blustering south, till all ablaze with bursting flower of flame. Good sooth. Yet fire is not ingraft in wood, but many are the seeds of heat, and when rubbing together, they together flow, they start the conflagrations in the forests. Whereas if flame, already fashioned, lay stored up within the forests, then the fires could not for any time be kept unseen, but would be laying all the wildwood waste, and burning all the boscage. Now dost see, even as we said a little space above, how mightily it matters with what others, in what positions these same primal germs are bound together, and what motions, too, they give and get among themselves, how hence the same, if altered mongst themselves, can body both igneous and ligneous objects forth, precisely as these words themselves are made by somewhat altering their elements, although we mark with name indeed distinct the igneous from the ligneous. Once again, if thou suppose whatever thou beholdest among all visible objects cannot be, unless thou feign bodies of matter endowed with a like nature, by thy vain device for thee will perish all the germs of things. 'Twill come to pass they'll laugh aloud like men, shaken asunder by a spasm of mirth, or moisten with salty teardrops cheeks and chins. End of Book 1, Part 6. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 1, Part 7 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus, translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 1, Part 7. The Infinity of the Universe. Now learn of what remains, more keenly hear. And for myself, my mind is not deceived how dark it is, but the large hope of praise hath strook with pointed thyrsus through my heart. On the same hour hath strook into my breast sweet love of the Muses, wherewith now instinct I wander afield, thriving in sturdy thought, through unpathed haunts of the Pyrades, trodden by step of none before. I joy to come on undefiled fountains there, to drain them deep. I joy to pluck new flowers, to seek for this my head a signal crown from regions where the Muses never yet have garlanded the temples of a man. First, since I teach concerning mighty things, and go right on to loose from round the mind the tightened coils of dread religion. Next, since concerning themes so dark I frame songs so pellucid, touching all throughout even with the Muse's charm, which, as 'twould seem, is not without a reasonable ground, but as physicians, when they seek to give young boys the nauseous wormwood, first do touch the brim around the cup with the sweet juice and yellow of the honey, in order that the thoughtless age of boyhood be cajoled, as far as the lips, and meanwhile swallow down the wormwood's bitter draught, and, though befooled, be yet not merely duped, but rather thus grow strong again with recreated health. So now I too, since this my doctrine seems in general somewhat woeful unto those who've had it not in hand, and since the crowd starts back from it in horror, have desired to expound our doctrine unto thee in song, soft-speaking and Pyrrhian, and, as 'twere, to touch it with sweet honey of the Muse, if by such method haply I might hold the mind of thee upon these lines of ours, till thou see through the nature of all things, and how exists the interwoven frame. But since I've taught that bodies of matter, made completely solid, hither and thither fly forevermore unconquered through all time, now come, and whether to the sum of them there be a limit, or be none, for thee let us unfold. Likewise, what has been found to be the wide inane, or room, or space, wherein all things soever do go on, let us examine if it finite be all and entire, or reach unmeasured round and downward, an illimitable profound. Thus, then, the all that is limited in no one region of its onward paths, for then 'tmust have forever its beyond. And a beyond, 'tis seen, can never be for aught, unless still further on there be a somewhat somewhere that may bound the same, so that the thing be seen still on to where the nature of sensation of that thing can follow it no longer. Now because, confess we must, there's naught beside the sum, there's no beyond, and so it lacks all end. It matters nothing where thou post thyself, in whatsoever regions of the same. Even any place a man has set him down still leaves about him the unbounded all, outward in all directions. Or, supposing a moment the all of space finite to be, if some one farthest traveller runs forth unto the extreme coasts, and throws ahead a flying spear, is it then thy wish to think it goes, hurled off amain, to where 'twas sent, and shoots afar? Or that some object there can thwart and stop it? For the one or other thou must admit and take, either of which shuts off escape for thee, and does compel that thou concede the all spreads everywhere, owning no confines. Since whether there be aught that may block and check it, so it comes not where 'twas sent, nor lodges in its goal, or whether borne along, in either view it has started not from any end. And so I'll follow on, and wheresoe'er thou set the extreme coasts, I'll query, what becomes thereafter of thy spear? 'Twill come to pass that nowhere can a world's end be, and that the chance for further flight prolongs forever the flight itself. Besides, were all the space of the totality in sum shut in with fixed coasts and bounded everywhere, then would the abundance of world's matter flow together by solid weight from everywhere, still downward to the bottom of the world. Nor aught could happen under cope of sky, nor could there be a sky at all, or sun. Indeed, where matter all one heap would lie, by having settled during infinite time. But in reality, repose is given unto no bodies mongst the elements, because there is no bottom whereunto they might, as 'twere, together flow, and where they might take up their undisturbed abodes. In endless motion everything goes on forevermore. Out of all regions, even out of the pit below, from forth the vast are hurtled bodies evermore supplied. The nature of room, the space of the abyss, is such that even the flashing thunderbolts can neither speed upon their courses through, gliding across eternal tracts of time, nor further bring to pass, as on they run, that they may bate their journeying one whit. Such huge abundance spreads for things around, room off to every quarter without end. Lastly, before our very eyes is seen thing to bound thing. Air hedges hill from hill, and mountain walls hedge air. Land ends the sea, and sea in turn all lands. But for the all truly is nothing which outside may bound. That, too, the sum of things itself may not have power to fix a measure of its own. Great Nature guards, she who compels the void to bound all body, as body all the void, thus rendering by these alternates the whole an infinite. Or else the one or other, being unbounded by the other, spreads, even by its single nature, ne'ertheless immeasurably forth. Nor sea, nor earth, nor shining vaults of sky, nor breed of mortals, nor holy limbs of gods, could keep their place least portion of an hour. For, driven apart from out its meetings fit, the stock of stuff, dissolved, would be borne along the illimitable inane afar, or rather, in fact, would ne'er have once combined and given a birth to aught, since, scattered wide, it could not be united. For of truth, neither by counsel did the primal germs stablish themselves, as by keen act of mind, each in its proper place, nor did they make, forsooth, a compact how each germ should move. But since, being many and changed in many modes along the all, they're driven abroad and vexed by blow on blow, even from all time of old, they thus at last, after attempting all the kinds of motion and conjoining, come into those great arrangements out of which this sum of things established is create. by which, moreover, through the mighty years, it is preserved, when once it has been thrown into the proper motions, bringing to pass that ever the streams refresh the greedy main with river waves abounding, and that earth, lapped in warm exhalations of the sun, renews her broods, and that the lusty race of breathing creatures bears and blooms, and that the gliding fires of ether are alive. What still the primal germs no wise could do, unless from out the infinite of space could come supply of matter, whence in season there want whatever losses to repair. For as the nature of breathing creatures wastes, losing its body when deprived of food, so all things have to be dissolved as soon as matter, diverted by what means soever from off its course, shall fail to be on hand. Nor can the blows from outward still conserve, on every side, whatever sum of a world has been united in a whole. They can, indeed, by frequent beating, check a part, till others arriving may fulfill the sum. But meanwhile, often are they forced to spring, rebounding back, and as they spring, to yield unto those elements whence a world derives room and a time for flight, permitting them to be from off the massy union borne, free and afar. Wherefore again, needs must there come a many for supply, and also that the blows themselves shall be unfailing ever, must there ever be an infinite force of matter all sides round. And in these problems shrink, my Memmius, far from yielding faith to that notorious talk, that all things inward to the centre press. And thus the nature of the world stands firm, with never blows from outward, nor can be nowhere disparted, since all height and depth have always inward to the centre pressed, if thou art ready to believe that aught itself can rest upon itself. Or that the ponderous bodies which be under earth do all press upwards, and do come to rest upon the earth, in some way upside down, like to those images of things we see at present through the waters. They contend, with like procedure, that all breathing things head downward roam about, and yet cannot tumble from earth to realms of sky below, no more than these our bodies wing away spontaneously to vaults of sky above. That when those creatures look upon the sun, we view the constellations of the night, and that with us the seasons of the sky they thus alternately divide, and thus do pass the night co-equal to our days. But a vain error has given these dreams to fools, which they've embraced with reasoning perverse. For centre none can be where world is still boundless, nor yet, if now a centre were, could aught take there a fixed position more than for some other, cause 'tmight be dislodged. For all of room and space we call the void must both, through centre and non-centre, yield alike to weights where'er their motions tend. Nor is there any place where, when they've come, bodies can be at standstill in the void, deprived of force of weight. Nor yet may void furnish support to any. Nay, it must, true to its bent of nature, still give way. Thus, in such manner, not at all can things be held in union, as if overcome by craving for a centre. But besides, seeing they feign that not all bodies press to centre inward, rather only those of earth and water, liquid of the sea, and the big billows from the mountain slopes, and whatsoever are encased, as 'twere, in earthen body, contrariwise, they teach how the thin air, and with it the hot fire, is borne asunder from the centre, and how for this all ether quivers with bright stars, and the sun's flame along the blue is fed, because the heat, from out the centre flying, all gathers there. And how again the boughs upon the tree-tops could not sprout their leaves, unless little by little from out the earth for each were nutriment. Lest, after the manner of the winged flames, the ramparts of the world should flee away, dissolved amain throughout the mighty void, and lest all else should likewise follow after, aye, lest the thundering vaults of heaven should burst and splinter upward, and the earth forthwith withdraw from under our feet, and all its bulk, among its mingled wrecks and those of heaven, with slipping asunder of the primal seeds, should pass along the immeasurable inane, away forever, and that instant naught of wrack and remnant would be left beside the desolate space and germs invisible. For on whatever side thou deemest first the primal bodies lacking, lo, that side will be for things the very door of death, wherethrough the throng of matter all will dash, out and abroad. These points, if thou wilt ponder then, with but paltry trouble led along, for one thing after other will grow clear, nor shall the blind night rob thee of the road, to hinder thy gaze on nature's farthest forth. Thus, things for things shall kindle torches new. End of Book 1, Part 7. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 2, Part 1 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus. Translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 2, Part 1. Proem. 'Tis sweet, when, down the mighty main, the winds roll up its waste of waters, from the land to watch another's laboring anguish far. Not that we joyously delight that man should thus be smitten, but because 'tis sweet to mark what evils we ourselves be spared. 'Tis sweet again to view the mighty strife of armies embattled yonder o'er the plains, ourselves no sharers in the peril. But naught there is more goodly than to hold the high serene plateaus, well fortressed by the wise, whence thou mayest look below on other men, and see them everywhere wandering, all dispersed in their lone seeking for the road of life, rivals in genius or emulous in rank, pressing through days and nights with hugest toil for summits of power and mastery of the world. O wretched minds of men! O blinded hearts! In how great perils, in what darks of life are spent the human years, however brief! Oh, not to see that nature for herself barks after nothing, save that pain keep off, disjoined from the body, and that mind enjoy delightsome feeling, far from care and fear. Therefore we see that our corporeal life needs little altogether, and only such as takes the pain away, and can besides strew underneath some number of delights. More grateful 'tis at times, for nature craves no artifice nor luxury, if, forsooth, there be no golden images of boys along the halls, with right hands holding out the lamps ablaze, the lights for evening feasts, and if the house doth glitter not with gold, nor gleam with silver, and to the lyre resound no fretted and gilded ceilings overhead, yet still to lounge with friends in the soft grass, beside a river of water, underneath a big tree's boughs, and merrily to refresh our frames, with no vast outlay, most of all if the weather is laughing, and the times of the year besprinkle the green of the grass around with flowers. Nor yet the quicker will hot fevers go, if on a pictured tapestry thou toss or purple robe, than if 'tis thine to lie upon the poor man's bedding. Wherefore, since treasure, nor rank, nor glory of arraign avail us naught for this our body, thus reckon them likewise nothing for the mind. Save then, perchance, when thou beholdest forth thy legions swarming round the field of Mars, rousing a mimic warfare, either side strengthened with large auxiliaries and horse, alike equipped with arms, alike inspired. Or, save when also thou beholdest forth thy fleets to swarm, deploying down the sea. For then, by such bright circumstance abashed, religion pales and flees thy mind. Oh, then the fears of death leave heart so free of care. But if we note how all this pomp at last is but a drollery and a mocking sport, and of a truth man's dread, with cares at heels, dreads not these sounds of arms, these savage swords, but among kings and lords of all the world mingles undaunted, nor is overawed by gleam of gold, nor by the splendor bright of purple robe. Canst thou then doubt that this is aught but power of thinking? When besides, the whole of life but labors in the dark. For just as children tremble and fear all in the viewless dark, so even we at times dread in the light so many things that be no whit more fearsome than what children feign, shuddering, will be upon them in the dark. This terror, then, this darkness of the mind, not sunrise with its flaring spokes of light, nor glittering arrows of morning can disperse, but only nature's aspect and her law. End of Book 2, Part 1. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 2, Part 2 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus. Translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 2, Part 2. Atomic Motions. Now come. I will untangle for thy steps now by what motions the begetting bodies of the world-stuff beget the varied world, and then forever resolve it when begot, and by what force they are constrained to this, and what the speed appointed unto them wherewith to travel down the vast inane. Do thou remember to yield thee to my words. For truly, matter coheres not, crowds not tight, since we behold each thing to wane away, and we observe how all flows on and off, as 'twere with age-old time, and from our eyes how eld withdraws each object at the end, albeit the sum is seen to bide the same, unharmed, because these motes that leave each thing diminish what they part from, but endow with increase those to which in turn they come, constraining these to wither in old age, and those to flower at the prime, and yet biding not long among them. Thus the sum for ever is replenished, and we live as mortals by eternal give and take. The nations wax, the nations wane away. In a brief space the generations pass, and like to runners hand the lamp of life one unto other. But if thou believe that the primordial germs of things can stop, and in their stopping give new motions birth, afar thou wanderest from the road of truth. For since they wander through the void inane, all the primordial germs of things must needs be borne along, either by weight their own, or haply by another's blow without. For when in their incessancy so oft they meet and clash, it comes to pass amain they leap asunder. face to face, not strange, being most hard and solid in their weights, and naught opposing motion from behind. And that more clearly thou perceive how all these mights of matter are darted round about, recall to mind how nowhere in the sum of all exists a bottom. Nowhere is a realm of rest for primal bodies, since, as amply shown and proved by reason sure, space has no bound nor measure, and extends unmetered forth in all directions round. Since this stands certain, thus 'tis out of doubt no rest is rendered to the primal bodies along the unfathomable inane, but rather, inveterately plied by motions mixed, some, at their jamming, bound aback and leave huge gaps between, and some from off the blow are hurried about with spaces small between. And all which brought together with slight gaps in more condensed union bound aback, linked by their own all intertangled shapes, these form the irrefragable roots of rocks and the brute bulks of iron, and what else is of their kind. The rest leap far asunder, far recoil, leaving huge gaps between, and these supply for us thin air and splendor lights of the sun. And many besides wander the mighty void, cast back from unions of existing things, nowhere accepted in the universe, and nowise linked in motions to the rest. And of this fact, as I record it here, an image, a type, goes on before our eyes, present each moment. For behold, whenever the sun's light and the rays, let in, pour down across dark halls of houses, thou wilt see the many mights in many a manner mixed amid a void in the very light of the rays, and battling on as in eternal strife, and in battalions contending without halt, in meetings, partings, harried up and down. From this thou mayest conjecture of what sort the ceaseless tossing of primordial seeds amid the mightier void, at least so far as small affair can for a vaster serve, and by example put thee on the spore of knowledge. For this reason too 'tis fit thou turn thy mind the more unto these bodies, which here are witnessed tumbling in the light, namely, because such tumblings are a sign that motions also of the primal stuff, secret and viewless, lurk beneath, behind. For thou wilt mark here many a speck, impelled by viewless blows to change its little course, and beaten backwards to return again, hither and thither in all directions round. Lo, all their shifting movement is of old, from the primeval atoms. For the same primordial seeds of things first move of self, and then those bodies built of union small, and nearest, as it were, unto the powers of the primeval atoms, are stirred up by impulse of those atoms' unseen blows, and these thereafter goad the next in size. Thus motion ascends from the primevals on, and stage by stage emerges to our sense, until those objects also move which we can mark in sunbeams, though it not appears what blows do urge them. Herein wonder not how 'tis that, while the seeds of things are all moving forever, the sum yet seems to stand supremely still, except in cases where a thing shows motion of its frame as whole. For far beneath the ken of senses lies the nature of those ultimates of the world, and so, since those themselves thou canst not see, their motion also must they veil from men. For mark, indeed, how things we can see oft yet hide their motions, when afar from us along the distant landscape. Often thus, upon a hillside, will the woolly flocks be cropping their goodly food, and creeping about whither the summons of the grass, begemmed with the fresh dew, is calling, and the lambs, well filled, are frisking, locking horns in sport. Yet all for us seem blurred and blent afar, a glint of white at rest on a green hill. Again, when mighty legions, marching round, fill all the quarters of the plains below, rousing a mimic warfare, there the sheen shoots up the sky, and all the fields about glitter with brass, and from beneath a sound goes forth from feet of stalwart soldiery, and mountain walls, smote by the shouting, send the voices onward to the stars of heaven, and hither and thither darts the cavalry, and of a sudden down the midmost fields charges with onset stout enough to rock the solid earth. And yet some post there is up the high mountains, viewed from which they seem to stand, a gleam at rest along the plains. Now, what the speed to matter's atoms given, thou mayest in few, my Memmius, learn from this. When first the dawn is sprinkling with new light the lands, and all the breed of birds abroad flit round the trackless forests, with liquid notes filling the regions along the mellow air, we see 'tis forthwith manifest to man how suddenly the risen sun is wont at such an hour to overspread and clothe the whole with its own splendor. But the sun's warm exhalations and this serene light travel not down an empty void, and thus they are compelled more slowly to advance, whilst, as it were, they cleave the waves of air. Nor one by one travel these particles of the warm exhalations, but are all entangled and enmassed, whereby at once each is restrained by each, and from without checked, till compelled more slowly to advance. But the primordial atoms, with their old simple solidity, when forth they travel along the empty void, all undelayed by aught outside them there, and they, each one being one unit from nature of its parts, are borne to that one place on which they strive still to lay hold, must then, beyond a doubt, outstrip in speed and be more swiftly borne than light of sun, and over regions rush of space much vaster. In the selfsame time the sun's effulgence widens round the sky. Nor to pursue the atoms one by one, to see the law whereby each thing goes on. But some men, ignorant of matter, think, opposing this, that not without the gods, in such adjustment to our human ways, can nature change the seasons of the years, and bring to birth the grains and all of else, to which divine delight, the guide of life, persuades mortality and leads it on, that through her artful blandishments of love it propagate the generation still, lest humankind should perish. When they feign that gods have stablished all things but for man, they seem in all ways mightily to lapse from reason's truth. For even if ne'er I knew what seeds primordial are, yet would I dare this to affirm, even from deep judgment based upon the ways and conduct of the skies, this to maintain by many a fact besides, that in no wise the nature of the world for us was builded by a power divine. So great the faults it stands encumbered with, the which, my Memmius, later on for thee we will clear up. Now, as to what remains concerning motions, we'll unfold our thought. Now is the place, meseems, in these affairs, to prove for thee this too. Nothing corporeal, of its own force, can e'er be upward borne, or upward go. Nor let the bodies of flames deceive thee here. For they engendered are with urge to upwards, taking thus increase, whereby grow upwards shining grains and trees, though all the weight within them downward bears. Nor, when the fires will leap from under round the roofs of houses, and swift flame laps up timber and beam, 'tis then to be supposed they act of own accord, no force beneath to urge them up. 'Tis thus that blood, discharged from out our bodies, spurts its jets aloft and spatters gore. And hast thou never marked with what a force the water will disgorge timber and beam? The deeper, straight and down, we push them in, and many though we be, the more we press with main and toil, the more the water vomits up and flings them back, that more than half their length they there emerge, rebounding. Yet we never doubt, meseems, that all the weight within them downward bears through empty void. Well, in like manner, flames ought also to be able, when pressed out, through winds of air to rise aloft, even though the weight within them strive to draw them down. Hast thou not seen, sweeping so far and high, the meteors, midnight flambeaux of the sky, how after them they draw long trails of flame wherever nature gives a thoroughfare? How stars and constellations drop to earth, seest not? Nay, too, the sun from peak of heaven sheds round to every quarter its large heat, and sows the new-ploughed intervals with light. Thus also sun's heat downward tends to earth. Athwart the rain thou seest the lightning fly, now here, now there, bursting from out the clouds, the fires dash, zigzag, and that flaming power falls likewise down to earth. In these affairs we wish thee also well aware of this. The atoms, as their own weight bears them down, plumb through the void, at scarce determined times, in scarce determined places, from their course decline a little. Call it, so to speak, mere changed trend. For were it not their wont thuswise to swerve, down would they fall, each one like drops of rain, through the unbottomed void, and then collisions ne'er could be, nor blows among the primal elements, and thus nature would never have created aught. But if perchance be any that believe the heavier bodies, as more swiftly borne plumb down the void, are able from above to strike the lighter, thus engendering blows able to cause those procreant motions, far from highways of true reason they retire. For whatsoever through the waters fall, or through thin air, must quicken their descent, each after its weight. On this account, because both bulk of water and the subtle air by no means can retard each thing alike, but give more quick before the heavier weight. But contrariwise, the empty void cannot, on any side, at any time, to aught oppose resistance, but will ever yield, true to its bent of nature. Wherefore all, with equal speed, though equal not in weight, must rush, borne downward through the still inane. Thus ne'er at all have heavier from above been swift to strike the lighter, gendering strokes which cause those divers motions by whose means nature transacts her work. And so I say, the atoms must a little swerve at times, but only the least, lest we should seem to feign motions oblique, and fact refute us there. For this we see forthwith is manifest. Whatever the weight, it can't obliquely go, down on its headlong journey from above, at least so far as thou canst mark. But who is there can mark by sense that naught can swerve at all aside from off its road's straight line. Again, if ever all motions are co-linked, and from the old ever arise the new in fixed order, and primordial seeds produce not by their swerving some new start of motion to sunder the covenants of fate, that cause succeed not cause from everlasting, whence this free will for creatures or the lands? Whence is it wrested from the fates? This will whereby we step right forward, where desire leads each man on, whereby the same we swerve in motions, not as at some fixed time, nor at some fixed line of space, but where the mind itself has urged. For out of doubt in these affairs 'tis each man's will itself that gives the start, and hence throughout our limbs incipient motions are diffused. Again, dost thou not see, when, at a point of time, the bars are opened, how the eager strength of horses cannot forward break as soon as pants their mind to do? For it behooves that all the stock of matter through the frame be roused, in order that, through every joint aroused, it press and follow mind's desire. So thus thou seest initial motions gendered from out the heart, aye, verily, proceeds first from the spirit's will, whence at the last 'tis given forth through joints and body entire. Quite otherwise it is, when forth we move impelled by a blow of another's mighty powers and mighty urge. For then 'tis clear enough all matter of our total body goes, hurried along, against our own desire, until the will has pulled upon the reins and checked it back throughout our members all, at whose arbitrament indeed sometimes the stock of matter's forced to change its path, throughout our members and throughout our joints, and after being forward cast to be reined up, whereat it settles back again. So seest thou not how, though external force drive men before, and often make them move onward against desire and headlong snatched, yet is there something in these breasts of ours strong to combat, strong to withstand the same? Wherefore, no less within the primal seeds thou must admit, besides all blows and weight, some other cause of motion. Whence derives this power in us, inborn, of some free act? Since naught from nothing can become, we see. For weight prevents all things should come to pass through blows, as 'twere by some external force. But that man's mind itself, in all it does, hath not a fixed necessity within, nor is not, like a conquered thing, compelled to bear and suffer. This state comes to man from that slight swervement of the elements, in no fixed line of space, in no fixed time. Nor ever was the stock of stuff more crammed, nor ever again sundered by bigger gaps. For naught gives increase, and naught takes away. On which account, just as they move today, the elemental bodies moved of old, and shall the same hereafter evermore. And what was wont to be begot of old shall be begotten under selfsame terms, and grow and thrive in power, so far as given to each by nature's changeless old decrees. The sum of things there is no power can change, for naught exists outside, to which can flee out of the world matter of any kind, nor forth from which a fresh supply can spring, break in upon the founded world, and change whole nature of things, and turn their motions about. End of Book 2, Part 2. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 2, Part 3 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus. Translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 2, Part 3. Atomic Forms and Their Combinations. Now come, and next hereafter apprehend what sorts, how vastly different in form, how varied in multitudinous shapes they are, these old beginnings of the universe. Not in the sense that only few are furnished with one like form, but rather not at all in general have they likeness each with each. No marvel, since the stock of them so great that there's no end, as I have taught, nor sum. They must indeed not one and all be marked by equal outline and by shape the same. Moreover, humankind, and the mute flocks of scaly creatures swimming in the streams, and joyous herds around, and all the wild, and all the breeds of birds, both those that teem in gladsome regions of the water haunts, about the river banks and springs and pools, and those that throng, flitting from tree to tree through trackless woods. Go, take which one thou wilt, in any kind. Thou wilt discover still, each from the other still unlike in shape. Nor in no other wise could offspring know mother, nor mother offspring, which we see they yet can do, distinguished one from other, no less than human beings, by clear signs. Thus, oft before fair temples of the gods, beside the incense-burning altars, slain, drops down the yearling calf, from out its breast breathing warm streams of blood. The orphaned mother, ranging meanwhile green woodland pastures round, knows well the footprints pressed by cloven hoofs, with eyes regarding every spot about, for sight somewhere of youngling gone from her, and stopping short, filleth the leafy lanes with her complaints, and oft she seeks again within the stall, pierced by her yearning still. Nor tender willows, nor dew-quickened grass, nor the loved streams that glide along low banks, can lure her mind and turn the sudden pain. Nor other shapes of calves that graze, thereby distract her mind or lighten pain the least, so keen her search for something known and hers. Moreover, tender kids with bleating throats do know their horned dams, and butting lambs the flocks of sheep, and thus they patter on unfailingly, each to its proper teat, as nature intends. Lastly, with any grain, thou'lt see that no one kernel in one kind is so far like another, that there still is not in shapes some difference running through. By a like law we see how earth is pied with shells and conches, where with soft waves the sea beats on the thirsty sands of curving shores. Wherefore again, since seeds of things exist by nature, nor were wrought with hands after a fixed pattern of one other, they needs must flitter to and fro with shapes in types dissimilar to one another. Easy enough by thought of mind to solve, why fires of lightning more can penetrate than these of ours from pitch-pine born on earth. For thou canst say lightning's celestial fire, so subtle, is formed of figures finer far, and passes thus through holes, which this our fire, born from the wood, created from the pine, cannot. Again, light passes through the horn on the lantern's side, while rain is dashed away. And why? Unless those bodies of light should be finer than those of water's genial showers. We see how quickly through a colander the wines will flow, how, on the other hand, the sluggish olive oil delays, no doubt, because 'tis wrought of elements more large, or else more crooked and intertangled. Thus it comes that the primordials cannot be so suddenly sundered one from other, and seep one through each several hole of anything. And note besides that liquor of honey or milk yields in the mouth agreeable taste to tongue, whilst nauseous wormwood, pungent centaury, with their foul flavour set the lips awry. Thus simple 'tis to see that whatsoever can touch the senses pleasingly are made of smooth and rounded elements, whilst those which seem the bitter and the sharp are held entwined by elements more crooked, and so are wont to tear their ways into our senses, and rend our body as they enter in. In short, all good to sense, all bad to touch, being upbuilt of figures so unlike, are mutually at strife. Lest thou suppose that the shrill rasping of a squeaking saw consists of elements as smooth as song, which, waked by nimble fingers, on the strings the sweet musicians fashion. Or suppose that same-shaped atoms through men's nostrils pierce, when foul cadavers burn, as when the stage is with Cilician saffron sprinkled fresh, and the altar near exhales Pontian scent. Or hold as of like seed the goodly hues of things which feast our eyes, as those which sting against the smarting pupil, and draw tears, or show with gruesome aspect grim and vile. For never a shape which charms our sense was made without some elemental smoothness, whilst whate'er is harsh and irksome has been framed still with some roughness in its elements. Some too there are which justly are supposed to be nor smooth nor altogether hooked with bended barbs, but slightly angled out, to tickle rather than to wound the sense, and of which sort is the salt tartar of wine, and flavours of the gummed elecampane. Again, that glowing fire and icy rime are fanged with teeth unlike, whereby to sting our body's sense. The touch of each gives proof. For touch, by sacred majesties of gods, touch is indeed the body's only sense, be it that something in from outward works, be it that something in the body born wounds or delighteth as it passes out along the procreant paths of Aphrodite, or be it the seeds by some collision whirl disordered in the body, and confound by tumult and confusion all the sense, as thou mayest find, if haply with the hand thyself thou strike thy body's any part. On which account the elemental forms must differ widely, as enabled thus to cause diverse sensations. And again, what seems to us the hardened and condensed must be of atoms among themselves more hooked, be held compacted deep within, as 'twere by branch-like atoms, of which sort the chief are diamond stones, despisers of all blows, and stalwart flint, and strength of solid iron, and brazen bars, which budging hard in locks do grate and scream. But what are liquid, formed of fluid body? They indeed must be of elements more smooth and round, because their globules severally will not cohere. To suck the poppy seeds from palm of hand is quite as easy as drinking water down, and they, once struck, roll like unto the same. But that thou seest among the things that flow some bitter, as the brine of ocean is not the least a marvel. For since 'tis fluid, smooth its atoms are, and round, with painful rough ones mixed therein. Yet need not these be held together hooked. In fact, though rough, they're globular besides, able at once to roll and rasp the sense. And that the more thou mayest believe me here, that with smooth elements are mixed the rough, whence Neptune's salt astringent body comes, there is a means to separate the twain, and thereupon dividedly to see how the sweet water, after filtering through so often underground, flows freshened forth into some hollow, for it leaves above the primal germs of nauseating brine, since cling the rough more readily in earth. Lastly, whatso thou markest to disperse upon the instant, smoke and cloud and flame, must not, even though not all of smooth and round, be yet co-linked with atoms intertwined, that thus they can, without together cleaving, so pierce our body, and so bore the rocks. Whatever we see, given to senses, that thou must perceive they're not from linked, but pointed elements. The which now having taught, I will go on to bind thereto a fact to this allied, and drawing from this its proof. These primal germs vary, yet only with finite tale of shapes. For were these shapes quite infinite, some seeds would have a body of infinite increase. For in one seed, in one small frame of any, the shapes can't vary from one another much. Assume, we'll say, that of 3 minim parts consist the primal bodies, or add a few. When now, by placing all these parts of one at top and bottom, changing lefts and rights, thou hast, with every kind of shift, found out what the aspect of shape of its whole body each new arrangement gives. For what remains, if thou percase wouldst vary its old shapes, new parts must then be added. Follows next, if thou percase wouldst vary still its shapes, that by like logic each arrangement still requires its increment of other parts. Ergo, an augmentation of its frame follows upon each novelty of forms. Wherefore, it cannot be thou'lt undertake that seeds have infinite differences in form, lest thus thou forcest some indeed to be of an immeasurable immensity, which I have taught above cannot be proved. And now for thee, barbaric robes, and gleam of Meliboean purple, touched with dye of the Thessalian shell, the peacock's golden generations, stained with spotted gaieties, would lie o'erthrown by some new colour of new things more bright, the odour of myrrh and savours of honey despised, the swan's old lyric and Apollo's hymns, once modulated on the many chords, would likewise sink or mastered and be mute. For lo, a somewhat finer than the rest would be arising evermore. So, too, into some baser part might all retire, even as we said to better might they come, for lo, a somewhat loathlier than the rest, to nostrils, ears, and eyes, and taste of tongue, would then, by reasoning reversed, be there. Since 'tis not so, but unto things are given their fixed limitations, which do bound their sum on either side, 'tmust be confessed that matter, too, by finite tale of shapes does differ. Again, from earth's midsummer heats unto the icy hoar-frosts of the year the forward path is fixed, and by like law o'er-travelled backwards at the dawn of spring. For each degree of hot and each of cold, and the half-warm, all filling up the sum in due progression, lie, my Memmius, there betwixt the two extremes. The things create must differ, therefore, by a finite change, since at each end marked off they ever are by fixed point, on one side plagued by flames, and on the other by congealing frosts. The which now having taught, I will go on to bind thereto a fact to this allied, and drawing from this its proof. Those primal germs, which have been fashioned all of one like shape, are infinite in tale. For since the forms themselves are finite in divergences, then those which are alike will have to be infinite, else the sum of stuff remains a finite. What I've proved is not the fact, showing in verse how corpuscles of stuff, from everlasting and today the same, uphold the sum of things, all sides around, by old succession of unending blows. For though thou viewest some beasts to be more rare, and mark'st in them a less prolific stock, yet in another region, in lands remote, that kind abounding may make up the count. Even as we mark among the 4-foot kind snake-handed elephants, whose thousands wall with ivory ramparts India about, that her interiors cannot entered be, so big her count of brutes, of which we see such few examples. Or suppose, besides, we feign something, one of its kind and soul with body born, to which is nothing like in all the lands. Yet now, unless shall be an infinite count of matter out of which thus to conceive and bring it forth to life, it cannot be created, and what's more, it cannot take its food and get increase. Yea, if through all the world in finite tale be tossed the procreant bodies of one thing, whence then, and where, in what mode, by what power, shall they to meeting come together there, in such vast ocean of matter and tumult strange? No means they have of joining into one. But just as, after mighty shipwrecks piled, the mighty main is wont to scatter wide the rowers' banks, the ribs, the yards, the prow, the masts and swimming oars, so that afar along all shores of lands are seen afloat the carven fragments of the rended poop, giving a lesson to mortality, to shun the ambush of the faithless main, the violence and the guile, and trust it not at any hour. However, much may smile the crafty enticements of the placid deep. Exactly thus, if once thou holdest true that certain seeds are finite in their tale, the various tides of matter then must needs scatter them, flung throughout the ages all, so that not ever can they join, as driven together into union, nor remain in union, nor with increment can grow. But facts in proof are manifest for each. Things can be both begotten and increase. 'Tis therefore manifest that primal germs are infinite in any class thou wilt, from whence is furnished matter for all things. Nor can those motions that bring death prevail forever, nor eternally entomb the welfare of the world. Nor further can those motions that give birth to things and growth keep them forever when created there. Thus the long war, from everlasting waged, with equal strife among the elements, goes on and on. Now here, now there, prevail the vital forces of the world, or fall. Mixed with the funeral is the wildered wail of infants coming to the shores of light. No night a day, no dawn a night hath followed that heard not, mingling with the small birth cries, the wild laments, companions old of death and the black rites. This too in these affairs 'tis fit thou hold well sealed, and keep consigned with no forgetting brain. Nothing there is, whose nature is apparent out of hand, that of one kind of elements consists. Nothing there is that's not of mixed seed. And whatsoe'er possesses in itself more largely many powers and properties, shows thus that here within itself there are the largest number of kinds and differing shapes of elements. and chief of all, the earth, hath in herself first bodies whence the springs, rolling chill waters, renew for evermore the unmeasured main, hath whence the fires arise, for burns in many a spot her flamed crust, whilst the impetuous Aetna raves indeed from more profounder fires. And she, again, hath in herself the seed whence she can raise the shining grains and gladsome trees for men, whence also rivers, fronds, and gladsome pastures can she supply for mountain-roaming beasts. Wherefore, great Mother of gods, and Mother of beasts, and Parent of man, hath she alone been named. Her hymned the old and learned bards of Greece, seated in chariot o'er the realms of air, to drive her team of lions, teaching thus that the great earth hangs poised, and cannot lie resting on other earth. Unto her car they've yoked the wild beasts, since a progeny, however savage, must be tamed and chid by care of parents. They have girt about with turret crown the summit of her head, since fortressed in her goodly strongholds high, 'tis she sustains the cities. Now, adorned with that same token, to-day is carried forth with solemn awe through many a mighty land, the image of that Mother, the divine. Her the wide nations, after antique rite, do name Idaean Mother, giving her escort of Phrygian bands, since first, they say, from out those regions 'twas that grain began through all the world. To her do they assign the Galli, the emasculate, since thus they wish to show that men who violate the majesty of the mother and have proved ingrate to parents are to be adjudged unfit to give unto the shores of light a living progeny. The Galli come, and hollow cymbals, tight-skinned tambourines, resound around to bangings of their hands. The fierce horns threaten with a raucous bray. The tubed pipe excites their maddened minds in Phrygian measures. They bear before them knives, wild emblems of their frenzy, which have power the rabble's ingrate heads and impious hearts to panic with terror of the goddess' might. And so, when through the mighty cities borne she blesses man with salutations mute, they strew the highway of her journeyings with coin of brass and silver, gifting her with alms and largesse, and shower her and shade with flowers of roses, falling like the snow upon the mother and her companion bands. Here is an armed troop, the which by Greeks are called the Phrygian Curetes, since haply among themselves they used to play in games of arms, and leap in measure round with bloody mirth, and by their nodding shake the terrorizing crests upon their heads. This is the armed troop that represents the armed Dictaean Curetes, who, in Crete, as runs the story, whilom did outdrown that infant cry of Zeus. What time their band, young boys, in a swift dance around the boy, to measured step beat with the brass on brass, that Saturn might not get him for his jaws, and give its mother an eternal wound along her heart. And 'tis on this account that armed they escort the mighty mother, or else because they signify by this that she, the goddess, teaches men to be eager with armed valor to defend their motherland, and ready to stand forth the guard and glory of their parents' years. A tale, however beautifully wrought, that's wide of reason by a long remove. For all the gods must of themselves enjoy immortal aeons and supreme repose, withdrawn from our affairs, detached, afar, immune from peril and immune from pain, themselves abounding in riches of their own, needing not us. They are not touched by wrath. They are not taken by service or by gift. Truly, is earth insensate for all time. But by obtaining germs of many things, in many a way she brings the many forth into the light of sun. And here, whoso decides to call the ocean Neptune, or the grain crop Ceres, and prefers to abuse the name of Bacchus rather than pronounce the liquor's proper designation, him let us permit to go on calling earth Mother of Gods, if only he will spare to taint his soul with foul religion. So too the woolly flocks and horned kine and brood of battle-eager horses, grazing often together along one grassy plain, under the cope of one blue sky, and slaking from out one stream of water each its thirst, all live their lives with face and form unlike, keeping the parent's nature, parent's habits, which, kind by kind, through ages they repeat. So great in any sort of herb thou wilt, so great again in any river of earth, are the distinct diversities of matter. Hence further every creature, any one from out them all, compounded is the same of bones, blood, veins, heat, moisture, flesh, and thews, all differing vastly in their forms, and built of elements dissimilar in shape. Again, all things by fire consumed ablaze, within their frame lay up, if naught besides, at least those atoms whence derives their power to throw forth fire and send out light from under, to shoot the sparks and scatter embers wide. If, with like reasoning of mind, all else thou traverse through, thou wilt discover thus that in their frame the seeds of many things they hide, and divers shapes of seeds contain. Further, thou markest much, to which are given along together colour and flavour and smell, among which chief are most burnt offerings. Thus must they be of divers shapes composed. A smell of scorching enters in our frame where the bright colour from the dye goes not. And colour in one way, flavour in quite another, works inward to our senses. So mayest see they differ too in elemental shapes. Thus, unlike forms into one mass combine, and things exist by intermixed seed. But still, 'tmust not be thought that in all ways all things can be conjoined, for then wouldst view portents begot about thee every side, hulks of mankind, half brute a-starting up, at times big branches sprouting from man's trunk, limbs of a sea-beast to a land-beast knit, and nature along the all-producing earth, feeding those dire chimeras, breathing flame from hideous jaws. Of which 'tis simple fact that none have been begot, because we see all are from fixed seed and fixed dam engendered, and so function as to keep throughout their growth their own ancestral type. This happens surely by a fixed law. For from all foodstuff, when once eaten down, go sundered atoms suited to each creature, throughout their bodies, and conjoining there produce the proper motions. But we see how, contrariwise, nature upon the ground throws off those foreign to their frame, and many with viewless bodies from their bodies fly, by blows impelled, those impotent to join to any part, or, when inside, to accord and to take on the vital motions there. But think not, haply, living forms alone are bound by these laws. They distinguished all. For just as all things of creation are, in their whole nature, each to each unlike, so must their atoms be in shape unlike. Not since few only are fashioned of like form, but since they all, as general rule, are not the same as all. Nay, Here in these our verses, elements many, common to many words, thou seest, though yet 'tis needful to confess the words and verses differ, each from each, compounded out of different elements, not since few only, as common letters, run through all the words, or no two words are made, one and the other, from all like elements, but since they all, as general rule, are not the same as all. Thus, too, in other things, whilst many germs common to many things there are, yet they, combined among themselves, can form new wholes to others quite unlike. Thus, fairly one may say that humankind, the grains, the gladsome trees, are all made up of different atoms. Further, since the seeds are different, difference must there also be in intervening spaces, thoroughfares, connections, weights, blows, clashings, motions, all which not alone distinguish living forms, but sunder earth's whole ocean from the lands, and hold all heaven from the lands away. End of Book 2, Part 3. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 2, Part 4 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus, translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 2, Part 4. Absence of Secondary Qualities. Now come, this wisdom by my sweet toil sought, look thou perceive, lest haply thou shouldst guess that the white objects shining to thine eyes are gendered of white atoms, or the black of a black seed, or yet believe that aught that's steeped in any hue should take its dye from bits of matter tinct with hue the same. For matter's bodies own no hue the least, or like to objects, or again unlike. But if per case it seem to thee that mind itself can dart no influence of its own into these bodies, wide thou wanderest off. For since the blind-born, who have ne'er surveyed the light of sun, yet recognize by touch things that from birth had ne'er a hue for them, 'tis thine to know that bodies can be brought no less unto the ken of our minds too, though yet those bodies with no dye be smeared. Again, ourselves, whatever in the dark we touch, the same we do not find to be tinctured with any colour. Now that here I win the argument, I next will teach now, every colour changes, none except and every, which the primordials ought nowise to do, since an immutable somewhat must remain, lest all things utterly be brought to naught. For change of anything from out its bounds means instant death of that which was before. Wherefore, be mindful not to stain with colour the seeds of things, lest things return for thee all utterly to naught. But now, if seeds receive no property of colour, and yet be still endowed with variable forms, from which all kinds of colours they beget and vary, by reason that ever it matters much with what seeds, and in what positions joined, and what the motions that they give and get. Forthwith most easily thou mayest devise why what was black of hue an hour ago can of a sudden like the marble gleam, as ocean, when the high winds have upheaved its level plains, is changed to hoary waves of marble whiteness. For thou mayest declare that when the thing we often see as black Is in its matter then commixed anew, some atoms rearranged, and some withdrawn, and added some, 'tis seen forthwith to turn glowing and white. But if of azure seeds consist the level waters of the deep, they could in no wise whiten. For however thou shakest azure seeds, the same can never pass into marble hue. But if the seeds, which thus produce the ocean's one pure sheen, be now with one hue, now another dyed, as oft from alien forms and divers shapes, a cube's produced all uniform in shape, 'twould be but natural, even as in the cube we see the forms to be dissimilar. That thus we'd see in brightness of the deep, or in whatever one pure sheen thou wilt, colours diverse and all dissimilar. Besides, the unlike shapes don't thwart the least the whole in being externally a cube, but differing hues of things do block and keep the whole from being of one resultant hue. Then, too, the reason which entices us at times to attribute colours to the seeds falls quite to pieces, since white things are not create from white things, nor are black from black, but evermore they are create from things of divers colours. Verily, the white will rise more readily, is sooner born out of no colour, than of black or aught which stands in hostile opposition thus. Besides, since colours cannot be sans light, and the primordials come not forth to light, 'tis thine to know they are not clothed with colour. Truly, what kind of colour could there be in the viewless dark? Nay, in the light itself a colour changes, gleaming variedly when smote by vertical or slanting ray. Thus, in the sunlight shows the down of doves that circles, garlanding the nape and throat. Now it is ruddy with a bright gold bronze. Now, by a strange sensation, it becomes green emerald, blended with the coral red. The peacock's tail, filled with the copious light, changes its colours likewise when it turns. Wherefore, since by some blow of light begot, without such blow these colours can't become. And since the pupil of the eye receives within itself one kind of blow when said to feel a white hue, then another kind when feeling a black or any other hue, and since it matters nothing with what hue the things thou touchest be perchance endowed, but rather with what sort of shape equipped, 'tis thine to know the atoms need not colour, but render forth sensations as of touch that vary with their varied forms. Besides, since special shapes have not a special colour, and all formations of the primal germs can be of any sheen thou wilt, why then are not those objects which are of them made suffused each kind with colours of every kind? For then 'twere meet that ravens, as they fly, should dartle from white pinions a white sheen, or swans turn black from seed of black, or be of any single varied dye thou wilt. Again, the more an object's rent to bits, the more thou see its colour fade away, little by little, till 'tis quite extinct, as happens when the gaudy linen's picked shred after shred away. The purple there, Phoenician red, most brilliant of all dyes, is lost asunder, ravelled thread by thread. Hence canst perceive the fragments die away from out their colour, long ere they depart back to the old primordials of things. And last, since thou concedest not all bodies send out a voice or smell, it happens thus that not to all thou givest sounds and smells. So too, since we behold not all with eyes, 'tis thine to know some things there are, as much orphaned of colour, as others without smell and reft of sound. And those the mind alert no less can apprehend than it can mark the things that lack some other qualities. But think not haply that the primal bodies remain despoiled alone of colour. So are they from warmth dissevered, and from cold, and from hot exhalations, and they move both sterile of sound and dry of juice, and throw not any odour from their proper bodies. Just as when undertaking to prepare a liquid balm of myrrh and marjoram and flower of nard, which to our nostrils breathes odour of nectar, first of all behooves thou seek, as far as find thou may and can, the inodorous olive oil, which never sends one whiff of scent to nostrils, that it may the least debauch and ruin with sharp tang the odorous essence with its body mixed and in it seethed. And on the same account the primal germs of things must not be thought to furnish colour in begetting things, nor sound, since powerless they to send forth aught from out themselves, nor any flavour too, nor cold, nor exhalation hot or warm. The rest, yet since these things are mortal all, the pliant mortal with a body soft, the brittle mortal with a crumbling frame, the hollow with the porous, all must be disjoined from the primal elements, if still we wish under the world to lay immortal groundworks, whereupon may rest the sum of weal and safety, lest for thee all things return to nothing utterly. Now too, whate'er we see possessing sense must yet confessedly be stablished all from elements insensate. And those signs, so clear to all and witnessed out of hand, do not refute this dictum nor oppose, but rather themselves do lead us by the hand, compelling belief that living things are born of elements insensate, as I say. Sooth, we may see from out the stinking dung live worms spring up, when, after soaking rains, the drenched earth rots. And all things change the same. Lo, change the rivers, the fronds, the gladsome pastures into the cattle their nature change into our bodies, and from our body oft grow strong the powers and bodies of wild beasts and mighty winged birds. Thus nature changes all foods to living frames, and procreates from them the senses of live creatures all, in manner about as she uncoils in flames dry logs of wood, and turns them all to fire. And seest not, therefore, how it matters much after what order are set the primal germs, and with what other germs they all are mixed, and what the motions that they give and get. But now, what is't that strikes thy sceptic mind, constraining thee to sundry arguments against belief that from insensate germs the sensible is gendered? Verily 'tis this, that liquids, earth, and wood, though mixed, are yet unable to gender vital sense. And therefore 'twill be well in these affairs this to remember, that I have not said senses are born, under conditions all, from all things absolutely which create objects that feel. But much it matters here, firstly, how small the seeds which thus compose the feeling thing, then with what shapes endowed, and lastly, what they in positions be, in motions, in arrangements. Of which facts naught we perceive in logs of wood and clods, and yet even these, when sodden by the rains, give birth to wormy grubs, because the bodies of matter, from their old arrangements stirred by the new factor, then combine anew in such a way as genders living things. Next, they who deem that feeling objects can from feeling objects be create, and these in turn from others that are wont to feel, soft they make them. For all sense is linked with flesh and thews and veins, and such we see are fashioned soft and of a mortal frame. Yet be it that these can last forever on. They'll have the sense that's proper to a part, or else be judged to have a sense the same as that within live creatures as a whole. But of themselves those parts can never feel, for all the sense in every member back to something else refers. A severed hand, or any other member of our frame, itself alone cannot support sensation. It thus remains they must resemble, then, live creatures as a whole, to have the power of feeling sensation, concordant in each part with the vital sense. And so they're bound to feel the things we feel exactly as do we. If such the case, how then can they be named the primal germs of things, and how avoid the highways of destruction, since they be mere living things, and living things be all one and the same with mortal? Grant they could, yet by their meetings and their unions all, naught would result indeed, besides a throng and hurly-burly all of living things, precisely as men and cattle and wild beasts, by mere conglomeration each with each, can still beget not anything of new. But if by chance they lose inside a body their own sense and another sense take on, what then avails it to assign them that which is withdrawn thereafter? And besides, to touch on proof that we pronounced before, just as we see the eggs of feathered fowls to change to living chicks, and swarming worms to bubble forth when from the soaking rains the earth is sodden, sure, sensations all can out of non-sensations be begot. But if one say that sense can so far rise from nonsense by mutation, or because brought forth as by a certain sort of birth, 'twill serve to render plain to him, and prove there is no birth, unless there be before some formed union of the elements, nor any change unless they be unite. In first place, senses can't in body be before its living nature's been begot, since all its stuff, in faith, is held dispersed about through rivers, air, and earth, and all that is from earth created, nor has met in combination and in proper mode, conjoined into those vital motions which kindle the all-perceiving senses, they that keep and guard each living thing soever. Again, a blow beyond its nature's strength shatters forthwith each living thing soe'er, and on it goes, confounding all the sense of body and mind. For of the primal germs are loosed their old arrangements, and throughout the vital motions blocked, until the stuff, shaken profoundly through the frame entire, undoes the vital knots of soul from body, and throws that soul to outward wide dispersed through all the pores. For what, may we surmise, a blow inflicted can achieve, besides shaking asunder and loosening all apart? It happens also, when less sharp the blow, the vital motions which are left are wont oft to win out and stop and still the uncouth tumults gendered by the blow, and call each part to its own courses back, and shake away the motion of death which now begins its own dominion in the body, and kindle anew the senses almost gone. For by what other means could they the more collect their powers of thought, and turn again from very doorways of destruction back unto life, rather than pass whereto they be already well nigh sped, and so pass quite away? Again, since pain is there, where bodies of matter by some force stirred up, through vitals and through joints, within their seats quiver and quake inside, but soft delight, when they remove unto their place again. 'Tis thine to know the primal germs can be assaulted by no pain, nor from themselves take no delight, because indeed they are not made of any bodies of first things, under whose strange new motions they might ache, or pluck the fruit of any dear new sweet. And so they must be furnished with no sense. Once more, if thus that every living thing may have sensation, needful 'tis to assign sense also to its elements. What then of those fixed elements from which mankind hath been, by their peculiar virtue, formed? Of verity, they'll laugh aloud like men, shaken asunder by a spasm of mirth, or sprinkle with dewy teardrops cheeks and chins, and have the cunning hardihood to say much on the composition of the world, and in their turn inquire what elements they have themselves. Since thus the same in kind as a whole mortal creature, even they must also be from other elements, and then those others from others, evermore. So that thou darest nowhere make a stop. Oho, I'll follow thee until thou grant the seed, which here thou sayest speaks, laughs, and thinks, is yet derived out of other seeds, which in their turn are doing just the same. But if we see what raving nonsense this, and that a man may laugh, though not, forsooth, compounded out of laughing elements, and think and utter reason with learned speech, though not himself compounded for a fact of sapient seeds and eloquent, why then cannot those things which we perceive to have their own sensation be composed as well of intermixed seeds, quite void of sense? End of Book 2, Part 4. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 2, Part 5 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus. Translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 2, Part 5. Infinite Worlds. Once more, we all from seed celestial spring. To all is that same Father, from whom Earth, the fostering mother, as she takes the drops of liquid moisture, pregnant bears her broods, the shining grains, and gladsome shrubs and trees, and bears the human race, and of the wild the generations all, the while she yields the foods wherewith all feed their frames, and lead the genial life, and propagate their kind. Wherefore she owneth that maternal name by old desert. What was before from earth, the same in earth sinks back, and what was sent from shores of ether, that, returning home, the vaults of sky receive. Nor thus doth death so far annihilate things that she destroys the bodies of matter, but she dissipates their combinations, and conjoins anew one element with others, and contrives that all things vary forms and change their colours, and get sensations, and straight give them o'er. And thus mayest know it matters with what others, and in what structure the primordial germs are held together, and what motions they among themselves do give and get. Nor think that aught we see hither and thither afloat upon the crest of things, and now a birth, and straightway now a ruin, inheres at rest deep in the eternal atoms of the world. Why, even in these our very verses here, it matters much with what and in what order each element is set. the same denote sky and the ocean, lands and streams and sun. The same the grains and trees and living things. And if not all alike, at least the most. But what distinctions by positions wrought! And thus no less in things themselves, when once around are changed the intervals between, the paths of matter, its connections, weights, blows, clashings, motions, order, structure, shapes, the things themselves must likewise changed be. Now, to true reason give thy mind for us, since here strange truth is putting forth its might to hit thee in thine ears, a new aspect of things to show its front. Yet naught there is so easy that it standeth not at first more hard to credit than it after is. And naught soe'er that's great to such degree, nor wonderful so far, but all mankind, little by little, abandon their surprise. Look upward, yonder, at the bright clear sky, and what it holds, the stars that wander o'er, the moon, the radiance of the splendor sun. Yet all, if now they first for mortals were, if unforeseen now first a sudden shown, what might there be more wonderful to tell? What that the nations would before have dared less to believe might be? I fancy naught. So strange had been the marvel of that sight. The which, o'er-wearied to behold to-day, none deigns look upward to those lucent realms. Then spew not reason from thy mind away beside thyself, because the matter's new, but rather with keen judgment nicely weigh. And if to thee it then appeareth true, render thy hands, or, if 'tis false at last, gird thee to combat. For my mind of man now seeks the nature of the vast beyond, there on the other side, that boundless sum which lies without the ramparts of the world, toward which the spirit longs to peer afar, toward which indeed the swift elan of thought flies unencumbered forth. Firstly we find, off to all regions round, on either side, above, beneath, throughout the universe, end is there none, as I have taught. As, too, the very thing of itself declares aloud, and as from nature of the unbottomed deep shines clearly forth. Nor can we once suppose in any way 'tis likely, seeing that space to all sides stretches infinite and free, and seeds, innumerable in number, in some bottomless, there in many a manner fly, bestirred in everlasting motion there, that only this one earth and sky of ours hath been create, and that those bodies of stuff, so many, perform no work outside the same? Seeing, moreover, this world too hath been by nature fashioned, even as seeds of things by innate motion chanced to clash and cling, after they'd been in many a manner driven together at random, without design, in vain. And as at last those seeds together dwelt, which when together of a sudden thrown should all way furnish the commencements fit of mighty things, the earth, the sea, the sky, and race of living creatures. Thus, I say again, 'tmust be confessed, there are such congregations of matter otherwhere, like this our world, which vasty ether holds in huge embrace. Besides, when matter abundant is ready there, when space on hand, nor object nor any cause retards, no marvel 'tis that things are carried on and made complete perforce. And now, if store of seeds there is so great that not whole lifetimes of the living can count the tale, and if their force and nature abide the same, able to throw the seeds of things together into their places, even as here are thrown the seeds together in this world of ours, 'tmust be confessed, in other realms there are still other worlds, still other breeds of men, and other generations of the wild. Hence, too, it happens in the sum, there is no one thing single of its kind in birth, and single and sole in growth, but rather it is one member of some generated race, among full many others of like kind. First, cast thy mind abroad upon the living. Thou wilt find the race of mountain-ranging wild even thus to be, and thus the scions of men to be begot, and lastly the mute flocks of scaled fish, and winged frames of birds. Wherefore confess we must, on grounds the same, that earth, sun, moon, and ocean, and all else, exist not sole and single, rather in number exceeding number. Since that deeply set old boundary stone of life remains for them no less, and theirs a body of mortal birth no less, than every kind which here on earth is so abundant in its members found. Which, well perceived if thou hold in mind then, nature, delivered from every haughty lord, and forthwith free, is seen to do all things herself, and through herself of own accord, rid of all gods. For, by their holy hearts which pass in long tranquillity of peace, untroubled ages, and a serene life, who hath the power, I ask, who hath the power to rule the sum of the immeasurable, to hold with steady hand the giant reins of the unfathomed deep? Who hath the power at once to roll a multitude of skies, at once to heat with fires ethereal all the fruitful lands of multitudes of worlds, to be at all times in all places near, to stablish darkness by his clouds, to shake the serene spaces of the sky with sound, and hurl his lightnings? Ha! And whelm, how oft, in ruins his own temples, and to rave, retiring to the wildernesses, there it practise with that thunderbolt of his, which yet how often shoots the guilty by, and slays the honorable blameless ones. Ere since the birth-time of the world, ere since the risen firstborn day of sea, earth, sun, have many germs been added from outside, have many seeds been added round about, which the great All, the while it flung them on, brought hither, that from them the sea and lands could grow more big, and that the house of heaven might get more room, and raise its lofty roofs far over earth, and air arise around. For bodies all, from out all regions, are divided by blows, each to its proper thing, and all retire to their own proper kinds. The moist to moist retires, earth gets increase from earthy body, and fires, as on a forge, beat out new fire, and ether forges ether. Till nature, author and ender of the world, hath led all things to extreme bound of growth, as haps when that which hath been poured inside the vital veins of life is now no more than that which ebbs within them and runs off. This is the point where life for each thing ends. This is the point where nature with her powers curbs all increase. For whatsoe'er thou seest grow big with glad increase, and step by step climb upward to ripe age, these to themselves take in more bodies than they send from selves, whilst still the food is easily infused through all the veins, and whilst the things are not so far expanded that they cast away such numerous atoms as to cause a waste greater than nutriment whereby they wax. For 'tmust be granted truly that from things many a body ebbeth and runs off, but yet still more must come, until the things have touched development's top pinnacle. Then old age breaks their powers and ripe strength, and falls away into a worser part. For ever the ampler and more wide a thing, as soon as ever its augmentation ends, it scatters abroad forthwith to all sides round more bodies, sending them from out itself. Nor easily now is food disseminate through all its veins, nor is that food enough to equal with a new supply on hand those plenteous exhalations it gives off. Thus, fairly, all things perish, when with ebbing they're made less dense, and when from blows without they are laid low, since food at last will fail extremest eld, and bodies from outside cease not with thumping to undo a thing, and overmaster by infesting blows. Thus, too, the ramparts of the mighty world on all sides round shall taken be by storm, and tumble to rack and shivered fragments down. For food it is must keep things whole, renewing. 'Tis food must prop and give support to all, but to no purpose, since nor veins suffice to hold enough, nor nature ministers as much as needful. And even now 'tis thus. Its age is broken, and the earth, outworn with many parturitions, scarce creates the little lives. She who created erst all generations, and gave forth at birth enormous bodies of wild beasts of old. For never, I fancy, did a golden cord from off the firmament above let down the mortal generations to the fields. Nor sea, nor breakers pounding on the rocks created them. But earth it was who bore, the same today who feeds them from herself. Besides, herself of own accord, she first the shining grains and vineyards of all joy created for mortality. Herself gave the sweet fruitage and the pastures glad, which now today yet scarcely wax in size, even when aided by our toiling arms. We break the ox and wear away the strength of sturdy farm hands. Iron tools today barely avail for tilling of the fields, so niggardly they grudge our harvestings, so much increase our labor. Now today the aged ploughman, shaking of his head, sighs o'er and o'er that labors of his hands have fallen out in vain. And as he thinks how present times are not as times of old, often he praises the fortunes of his sire, and crackles, prating how the ancient race, fulfilled with piety, supported life with simple comfort in a narrow plot, since, man for man, the measure of each field was smaller far i' the old days. And again, the gloomy planter of the withered vine rails at the season's change and wearies heaven, nor grasps that all of things by sure degrees are wasting away and going to the tomb, outworn by venerable length of life. End of Book 2, Part 5. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 3, Part 1 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus. Translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 3, Part 1. Proem. O thou, who first uplifted in such dark, so clear a torch aloft, who first shed light upon the profitable ends of man, O thee I follow, glory of the Greeks, and set my footsteps squarely planted now, even in the impress and the marks of thine, less like one eager to dispute the palm, more as one craving out of very love that I may copy thee. For how should swallow contend with swans? Or what compare could be in a race between young kids with tumbling legs and the strong might of the horse? Our father thou, and finder out of truth, and thou to us suppliest a father's precepts. And from out those scriven leaves of thine, renowned soul, like bees that sip of all in flowery wolds, we feed upon thy golden sayings all, golden and ever worthiest endless life. For soon as ever thy planning thought, that sprang from godlike mind, begins its loud proclaim of nature's courses, terrors of the brain asunder flee, the ramparts of the world dispart away, and through the void entire I see the movements of the universe. Rises to vision the majesty of gods, and their abodes of everlasting calm, which neither wind may shake, nor rain-cloud splash, nor snow congealed by sharp frosts may harm with its white downfall, ever unclouded sky o'er roofs, and laughs with far diffused light. And nature gives to them their all, nor aught may ever pluck their peace of mind away. But nowhere to my vision rise no more the vaults of Acheron, though the broad earth bars me no more from gazing down o'er all which under our feet is going on below along the void. O here in these affairs some new divine delight and trembling awe takes hold through me, that thus by power of thine nature, so plain and manifest at last, hath been on every side laid bare to man. And since I've taught already of what sort the seeds of all things are, and how, distinct in divers forms, they flit of own accord, stirred with a motion everlasting on, and in what mode things be from them create, now, after such matters, should my verse, meseems, make clear the nature of the mind and soul, and drive that dread of Acheron without, headlong, which so confounds our human life unto its deeps, pouring o'er all that is the black of death, nor leaves not anything to prosper, a liquid and unsullied joy. For as to what men sometimes will affirm, that more than Tartarus, the realm of death, they fear diseases and a life of shame, and know the substance of the soul is blood, or rather wind, if haply thus their whim, and so need naught of this our science, then thou well mayest note from what's to follow now, that more for glory do they braggart forth than for belief. For mark these very same, exiles from country, fugitives afar from sight of men, with charges foul attaint, abased with every wretchedness, they yet live, and where'er the wretches come, they yet make the ancestral sacrifices there, butcher the black sheep, and to gods below offer the honours, and in bitter case turn much more keenly to religion. Wherefore it's surer testing of a man in doubtful perils, mark him as he is amid adversities, For then alone are the true voices conjured from his breast, the mask off-stripped, reality behind. And greed again, and the blind lust of honours, which force poor wretches past the bounds of law, and oft allies and ministers of crime, to push through nights and days with hugest toil, to rise untrammelled to the peaks of power. These wounds of life, in no mean part, are kept festering and open by this fright of death. For ever we see fierce want and foul disgrace dislodged afar from secure life and sweet, like huddling shapes before the doors of death. And whilst from these men wish to scape afar, driven by false terror, and afar remove, with civic blood, a fortune they amass, they double their riches, greedy heapers up of corpse on corpse, they have a cruel laugh for the sad burial of a brother born, and hatred and fear of tables of their kin. Likewise, through this same terror, envy oft makes them to peak, because before their eyes that man is lordly, that man gazed upon who walks begirt with honour glorious, whilst they in filth and darkness roll around. Some perish away for statues and a name, and oft to that degree, from fright of death, will hate of living and beholding light take hold on humankind, that they inflict their own destruction with a gloomy heart, forgetful that this fear is fount of cares, this fear the plague upon their sense of shame, and this that breaks the ties of camaraderie and oversets all reverence and faith mid direst slaughter. For long ere to-day, often were traitors to country and dear parents, through quest to shun the realms of Acheron. For just as children tremble and fear all in the viewless dark, so even we, at times, dread in the light so many things that be no whit more fearsome than what children feign, shuddering, will be upon them in the dark. This terror, then, this darkness of the mind, not sunrise with its flaring spokes of light, nor glittering arrows of morning sun disperse, but only nature's aspect and her law. End of Book 3, Part 1. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 3, Part 2 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus, translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 3, Part 2. Nature and Composition of the Mind. First, then, I say, the mind, which oft we call the intellect, wherein is seated life's counsel and regimen, is part no less of man than hand and foot and eyes are parts of one whole breathing creature. But some hold that sense of mind is in no fixed parts seated, but is of body some one vital state, named harmony by Greeks, because thereby we live with sense, though intellect be not in any part, as oft the body is said to have good health, when health, however, 's not one part of him who has it. So they place the sense of mind in no fixed part of man. Mightily, diversly, meseems, they err. Often the body palpable and seen sickens, while yet in some invisible part we feel a pleasure. oft the other way, a miserable in mind feels pleasure still throughout his body, quite the same as when a foot may pain, without a pain in head. Besides, when these our limbs are given o'er to gentle sleep, and lies the burdened frame at random, void of sense, a something else is yet within us, which upon that time bestirs itself in many a wise, receiving all motions of joy and phantom cares of heart. Now, for to see that in man's members dwells also the soul, and body ne'er is wont to feel sensation by a harmony, take this in chief. The fact that life remains oft in our limbs, when much of body's gone, yet that same life, when particles of heat, though few, have scattered been, and through the mouth air has been given forth abroad, forthwith forever deserts the veins, and leaves the bones. Thus mayest thou know that not all particles perform like parts, nor in like manner all are props of weal and safety. Rather those, the seeds of wind and exhalations warm, take care that in our members life remains. Therefore a vital heat and wind there is within the very body, which at death deserts our frames. And so, since nature of mind and even of soul is found to be, as 'twere, a part of man, give over harmony, name to musicians brought from Helicon, unless themselves they filched it otherwise, to serve for what was lacking name till then. Whate'er it be, they're welcome to it. Thou hearken my other maxims. Mind and soul, I say, are held conjoined one with other, and form one single nature of themselves. But chief and regnant through the frame entire is still that counsel which we call the mind, and that cleaves seated in the midmost breast. Here leap dismay and terror, round these haunts be blandishments of joys, and therefore here the intellect, the mind. The rest of soul, throughout the body scattered, but obeys, moved by the nod and motion of the mind. This for itself, soul through itself hath thought. This for itself hath mirth, even when the thing that moves it moves nor soul nor body at all. And as when head or eye in us is smit by assailing pain, we are not tortured then through all the body, so the mind alone is sometimes smitten, or livens with a joy, whilst yet the soul's remainder through the limbs and through the frame is stirred by nothing new. But when the mind is moved by shock more fierce, we mark the whole soul suffering all at once along man's members. Sweats and pallors spread over the body, and the tongue is broken, and fails the voice away, and ring the ears, mists blind the eyeballs, and the joints collapse. Aye, men drop dead from terror of the mind. Hence, whoso will can readily remark that soul conjoined is with mind, and when 'tis strook by influence of the mind, forthwith in turn it hits and drives the body too. And this same argument establisheth that nature of mind and soul corporeal is. For when 'tis seen to drive the members on, to snatch from sleep the body, and to change the countenance, and the whole state of man to rule and turn, what yet could never be sans contact, and sans body contact fails, must we not grant that mind and soul consist of a corporeal nature? And besides, thou mark'st that likewise with this body of ours suffers the mind, and with our body feels. If the dire speed of spear that cleaves the bones, and bears the inner thews, hits not the life. Yet follows a fainting and a foul collapse, and on the ground dazed tumult in the mind, and whiles a wavering will to rise afoot. So nature of mind must be corporeal, since from stroke and spear corporeal 'tis in throes. Now, of what body, what components formed is this same mind, I will go on to tell. First, I aver, 'tis superfine, composed of tiniest particles, that such the fact thou canst perceive if thou attend from this. Nothing is seen to happen with such speed as what the mind proposes and begins. Therefore the same bestirs itself more swiftly than aught whose nature's palpable to eyes. But what's so agile must of seeds consist most round, most tiny, that they may be moved when hit by impulse slight. So water moves in waves along, at impulse just the least, being create of little shapes that roll. But contrariwise, the quality of honey more stable is, its liquids more inert, more tardy its flow, for all its stock of matter cleaves more together, since indeed 'tis made of atoms not so smooth, so fine and round. For the light breeze that hovers yet can blow high heaps of poppy seed away for thee downward from off the top, but, contrariwise, a pile of stones or spiny ears of wheat it can't at all. Thus, in so far as bodies are small and smooth, is their mobility, but, contrariwise, the heavier and more rough, the more immovable they prove. Now then, since nature of mind is movable so much, consist it must of seeds exceeding small and smooth and round. Which fact, once known to thee, good friend, will serve thee opportune in else. This also shows the nature of the same, how nice its texture, in how small a space 'twould go, if once compacted as a pellet. When death's unvexed repose gets hold on man, and mind and soul retire, thou markest there from the whole body nothing ta'en in form, nothing in weight. Death grants ye everything but vital sense and exhalation hot. Thus soul entire must be of smallmost seeds, twined through the veins, the vitals, and the thews. Seeing that when 'tis from the whole body gone, the outward figuration of the limbs is unimpaired, and weight fails not a whit. Just so, when vanished the bouquet of wine, or when an unguent's perfume delicate into the winds away departs, or when from any body savour's gone, yet still the thing itself seems minished naught to eyes, thereby nor aught abstracted from its weight. No marvel, because seeds many and minute produce the savours and the redolence in the whole body of the things. And so again, nature of mind and soul, 'tis thine to know, created is of seeds the tiniest ever, since at flying forth it beareth nothing of the weight away. Yet fancy not its nature simple so, for an impalpable aura mixed with heat deserts the dying, and heat draws off the air, and heat there's none unless commixed with air. For since the nature of all heat is rare, athrough it many seeds of air must move. Thus nature of mind is triple. Yet those all suffice not for creating sense, since mind accepteth not that aught of these can cause sense-bearing motions, and much less the thoughts a man revolves in mind. So unto these must added be a somewhat, and a fourth. That somewhat's altogether void of name, than which existeth naught more mobile, naught more and impalpable, of elements more small and smooth and round. That first transmits sense-bearing motions through the frame, for that is roused the first, composed of little shapes. Thence heat and viewless force of wind take up the motions, and thence air, and thence all things are put in motion. The blood is strook, and then the vitals all begin to feel, and last to bones and marrow the sensation comes, pleasure or torment. Nor will pain for naught enter so far, nor a sharp ill seep through, but all things be perturbed to that degree that room for life will fail, and parts of soul will scatter through the body's every pore. Yet, as a rule, almost upon the skin these motion all are stopped, and this is why we have the power to retain our life. Now, in my eagerness to tell thee how they are commixed, through what unions fit they function so, my country's pauper speech constrains me sadly. As I can, however, I'll touch some points and pass. In such a wise course these primordials mongst one another, with intermotions that no one can be from other sundered, nor its agency perform, if once divided by a space. Like many powers, in one body they work. As in the flesh of any creature still is odour and savour and a certain warmth, and yet from all of these one bulk of body is made complete, so viewless force of wind and warmth and air, commingled, do create one nature, by that mobile energy assisted which, from out itself to them, imparts initial motion, whereby first sense-bearing motion along the vitals springs. For lurks this essence far and deep and under, nor in our body is aught more shut from view, and 'tis the very soul of all the soul. And as within our members and whole frame the energy of mind and power of soul is mixed and latent, since create it is of bodies small and few, so lurks this fourth, this essence void of name, composed of small, and seems the very soul of all the soul, and holds dominion o'er the body all. And by like reason wind and air and heat must function so, commingled through the frame, and now the one subside, and now another in interchange of dominance, that thus from all of them one nature be produced, lest heat and wind apart, and air apart, make sense to perish by disseverment. There is indeed in mind that heat it gets when seething in rage, and flashes from the eyes more swiftly fire. There is again that wind, much and so cold, companion of all dread, which rouses the shudder in the shaken frame. There is no less that state of air composed, making the tranquil breast, the serene face. But more of hot have they, whose restive hearts, whose minds of passion quickly seethe in rage, of which kind chief are fierce abounding lions, who often with roaring burst the breast o'erwrought, unable to hold the surging wrath within. But the cold mind of stags has more of wind, and speedier through their inwards rouses up the icy currents which make their members quake. But more the oxen live by tranquil air, nor e'er doth smoky torch of wrath applied, or spreading with shadows of a darkling murk, rouse them too far, nor will they stiffen stark, pierced through by icy javelins of fear, but have their place halfway between the two, stags and fierce lions. Thus the race of men, though training make them equally refined, it leaves those pristine vestiges behind of each mind's nature. Nor may we suppose evil can e'er be rooted up so far that one man's not more given to fits of wrath, another's not more quickly touched by fear, a third not more long-suffering than he should. And needs must differ in many things besides the varied natures and resulting habits of humankind, of which not now can I expound the hidden causes, nor find names enough for all the divers shapes of those primordials whence this variation springs. But this, meseems, I'm able to declare: those vestiges of natures left behind, which reason cannot quite expel from us, are still so slight that naught prevents a man from living a life even worthy of the gods. So then, this soul is kept by all the body, itself the body's guard and source of weal. For they with common roots cleave each to each, nor can be torn asunder without death. Not easy 'tis from lumps of frankincense to tear their fragrance forth, without its nature perishing likewise. So not easy 'tis from all the body, nature of mind and soul to draw away, without the whole dissolved. With seeds so intertwined, even from birth, they're dowered conjointly with a partner life. No energy of body or mind, apart each of itself without the other's power, can have sensation. But our sense, enkindled along the vitals, to flame is blown by both with mutual motions. Besides, the body alone is nor begot nor grows, nor after death seen to endure. For not as water at times gives off the alien heat, nor is thereby itself destroyed, but unimpaired remains, not thus, I say, can the deserted frame bear the dissevering of its joined soul, but, rent and ruined, moulders all away. Thus, the joint contact of the body and soul learns from their earliest age the vital motions, even when still buried in the mother's womb, so no dissevering can hap to them without their bane and ill. And thence mayest see that as conjoined is their source of weal, conjoined also must their nature be. If one, moreover, denies that body feel, and holds that soul, through all the body mixed, takes on this motion which we title sense, he battles in vain indubitable facts. For who'll explain what body's feeling is, except by what the public fact itself has given and taught us? But when soul is parted, body's without all sense. True. Loses what was even in its lifetime not its own, and much beside it loses when soul's driven forth from that lifetime. Or, to say that eyes themselves can see no thing, but through the same the mind looks forth, as out of opened doors, is a hard saying, since the feel in eyes says the reverse. For this itself draws on and forces into the pupils of our eyes our consciousness. And note the case when often we lack the power to see refulgent things, because our eyes are hampered by their light. With a mere doorway this would happen not. For since it is our very selves that see, no open portals undertake the toil. Besides, if eyes of ours but act as doors, methinks that were our sight removed, the mind ought then still better to behold a thing, when even the door-posts have been cleared away. Herein, in these affairs, nowise take up what honored sage Democritus lays down, that proposition that primordials of body and mind, each superposed on each, vary alternately, and interweave the fabric of our members. For not only are the soul elements smaller far than those which this our body and inward parts compose, but also are they in their number less, and scattered sparsely through our frame. And thus this canst thou guarantee: soul's primal germs maintain between them intervals as large at least as are the smallest bodies, which, when thrown against us, in our body rouse sense-bearing motions. Hence it comes that we sometimes don't feel alighting on our frames the clinging dust, or chalk that settles soft, nor mists of night, nor spiders' gossamer we feel against us, when, upon our road, its net entangles us, nor on our head the dropping of its withered garmentings, nor bird feathers, nor vegetable down flying about, so light they barely fall, nor feel the steps of every crawling thing, nor each of all those footprints on our skin of midges and the like. To that degree must many primal germs be stirred in us, ere once the seeds of soul that through our frame are intermingled 'gin to feel that those primordials of the body have been strook, and ere, in pounding with such gaps between, they clash, combine, and leap apart in turn. But mind is more the keeper of the gates, hath more dominion over life than soul. For without intellect and mind, there's not one part of soul can rest within our frame, least part of time. Companioning, it goes with mind into the winds away, and leaves the icy members in the cold of death. But he whose mind and intellect abide, himself abides in life. However much the trunk be mangled, with the limbs lopped off, the soul withdrawn and taken from the limbs, still lives the trunk, and draws the vital air. Even when deprived of all but all the soul, yet will it linger on and cleave to life. Just as the power of vision still is strong, if but the pupil shall abide unharmed, even when the eye around it's sorely rent, provided only thou destroyest not wholly the ball, but, cutting round the pupil, leavest that pupil by itself behind, for more would ruin sight. But if that centre, that tiny part of eye, be eaten through, forthwith the vision fails and darkness comes, though in all else the unblemished ball be clear. 'Tis by like compact that the soul and mind are each to other bound forevermore. End of Book 3, Part 2. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 3, Part 3 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus. Translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 3, Part 3. The Soul is Mortal. Now come, that thou mayest able be to know that minds and the light souls of all that live have mortal birth and death. I will go on, verses to build, meet for thy rule of life, sought after long, discovered with sweet toil. But under one name I'd have thee yoke them both. And when, for instance, I shall speak of soul, teaching the same to be but mortal, think thereby I'm speaking also of the mind, since both are one, a substance interjoined. First, then, since I have taught how soul exists, a subtle fabric of particles minute, made up from atoms smaller much than those of water's liquid damp, or fog, or smoke, so in mobility it far excels, more prone to move, though strook by lighter cause, even moved by images of smoke or fog. As where we view, when in our sleeps we're lulled, the altars exhaling steam and smoke aloft. For beyond doubt, these apparitions come to us from outward. Now then, since thou seest their liquids depart, their waters flow away when jars are shivered, and since fog and smoke depart into the winds away, believe the soul no less is shed abroad, and dies more quickly far, more quickly is dissolved back to its primal bodies, when withdrawn from out man's members it has gone away. For sure, if body, container of the same like as a jar, when shivered from some cause and rarefied by loss of blood from veins, cannot for longer hold the soul, how then, think'st thou, it can be held by any air, a stuff much rarer than our bodies be? Besides, we feel that mind to being comes along with body grows and ages. For just as children totter round about with frames infirm and tender, so there follows a weakling wisdom in their minds. And then, where years have ripened into robust powers, counsel is also greater, more increased the power of mind. Thereafter, where already the body's shattered by master powers of eld, and fallen the frame with its enfeebled powers, thought hobbles, tongue wanders, and the mind gives way. All fails, all's lacking at the self-same time. Therefore it suits that even the soul's dissolved, like smoke, into the lofty winds of air, since we behold the same to being come along with body and grow, and, as I've taught, crumble and crack, therewith outworn by eld. Then, too, we see that just as body takes monstrous diseases and the dreadful pain, so mind its bitter cares, the grief, the fear. Wherefore it tallies that the mind no less partaker is of death. For pain and disease are both artificers of death, as well we've learned by the passing of many a man ere now. Nay, too, in diseases of body, often the mind wanders afield, for 'tis beside itself, and crazed it speaks, or many a time it sinks, with eyelids closing and a drooping nod in heavy drowse, on to eternal sleep, from whence nor hears it any voices more, nor able is to know the faces here of those about him standing with wet cheeks, who vainly call him back to light and life. Wherefore mind, too, confess we must, dissolves, seeing indeed contagions of disease enter into the same. Again, oh, why, when the strong wine has entered into man, and its diffused fire gone round the veins, why follows then a heaviness of limbs, a tangle of the legs as round he reels, a stuttering tongue, an intellect besoaked, eyes all aswim, and hiccups, shouts, and brawls, and whatso else is of that ilk? Why this, if not that violent and impetuous wine is wont to confound the soul within the body? But whatso can confounded be and balked gives proof that if a hardier cause got in, 'twould hap that it would perish then, bereaved of any life thereafter. And moreover, often will someone in a sudden fit, as if by stroke of lightning, tumble down before our eyes, and sputter foam, and grunt, blither, and twist about with sinews taut, gasp up in starts, and weary out his limbs with tossing round. No marvel, since distract through frame by violence of disease. Confounds, he foams, as if to vomit soul, as on the salt sea boil the billows round under the master might of winds. And now groans forced out, because his limbs are griped, but in the main because the seeds of voice are driven forth and carried in a mass outwards by mouth, where they are wont to go, and have a builded highway. He becomes mere fool, since energy of mind and soul confounded is, and, as I've shown, to riven, asunder thrown, and torn to pieces all by the same venom. But again, where cause of that disease is faced about, and back retreats sharp poison of corrupted frame into its shadowy lairs, the man at first arises reeling, and gradually comes back to all his senses, and recovers soul. Thus, since within the body itself of man the mind and soul are by such great diseases shaken, so miserably in labour distraught, why, then, believe that in the open air, without a body, they can pass their life immortal, battling with the master winds? And since we mark the mind itself is cured, like the sick body, and restored can be by medicine, this is forewarning too, that mortal lives the mind. For proper it is that whosoe'er begins and undertakes to alter the mind, or meditates to change any another nature soever, should add new parts, or readjust the order given, or from the sum remove at least a bit. But what's immortal willeth for itself its parts be nor increased, nor rearranged, nor any bit soever flow away. For change of anything from out its bounds means instant death of that which was before. Ergo, the mind, whether in sickness fallen, or by the medicine restored, gives signs, as I have taught, of its mortality. So surely will a fact of truth make head 'gainst error's theories all, and so shut off all refuge from the adversary, and rout error by two-edged confutation. And since the mind is of a man one part, which in one fixed place remains, like ears and eyes, and every sense which pilots life, and just as hand or eye or nose apart, severed from us, can neither feel nor be, but in the least of time is left to rot, thus mind alone can never be, without the body and the man himself, which seems as 'twere the vessel of the same, or aught whate'er thou'lt fain is yet more closely joined, since body cleaves to mind by surest bonds. Again, the body's and the mind's live powers only in union prosper and enjoy. For neither can nature of mind, alone of self sans body, give the vital motions forth, nor then can body, wanting soul, endure and use the senses. Verily, as the eye alone, uprended from its roots, apart from all the body, can peer about at naught, so soul and mind, it seems, are nothing able when by themselves. No marvel, because commixed through veins and inwards, and through bones and thews, their elements primordial are confined by all the body, and own no power free to bound around through interspaces big. Thus, Shut within these confines, they take on motions of sense, which, after death, thrown out beyond the body to the winds of air, take on they cannot, and on this account, because no more in such a way confined. For air will be a body, be alive, if in that air the soul can keep itself, and in that air enclose those motions all, which in the thews and in the body itself a while ago 'twas making. So for this again, I say, confess we must, that when the body's wrappings are unwound, and when the vital breath is forced without, the soul, the senses of the mind, dissolve. Since for the twain the cause and ground of life is in the fact of their conjoined estate. Once more, since bodies unable to sustain division from the soul, without decay and obscene stench, how canst thou doubt but that the soul, uprisen from the body's deeps, has filtered away, wide drifted like a smoke? Or that the changed body crumbling fell with ruin so entire, because indeed its deep foundations have been moved from place, the soul out-filtering even through the frame, and through the body's every winding way and orifice. And so by many means thou art free to learn that nature of the soul hath passed in fragments out along the frame, and that 'twas shivered in the very body ere ever it slipped abroad and swam away into the winds of air. For never a man dying appears to feel the soul go forth as one sure whole from all his body at once, nor first come up the throat and into mouth, but feels it failing in a certain spot, even as he knows the senses too dissolve, each in its own location in the frame. But were this mind of ours immortal mind, dying, 'twould scarce bewail a dissolution, but rather the going, the leaving of its coat, like to a snake. Wherefore, when once the body hath passed away, admit we must that soul, shivered in all that body, perished too. Nay, even when moving in the bounds of life, often the soul, now tottering from some cause, craves to go out, and from the frame entire loosened to be. The countenance becomes flaccid, as if the supreme hour were there, and flabbily collapse the members all against the bloodless trunk. The kind of case we see when we remark in common phrase, "That man's quite gone," or "fainted, dead away." And where there's now a bustle of alarm, and all are eager to get some hold upon the man's last link of life, for then the mind and all the power of soul are shook so sore, and these so totter along with all the frame, that any cause a little stronger might dissolve them altogether. Why then doubt that soul, when once without the body thrust, there in the open, an enfeebled thing, its wrappings stripped away, cannot endure, not only through no everlasting age, but even indeed through not the least of time? Then, too, why never is the intellect, the counselling mind, begotten in the head, the feet, the hands, instead of cleaving still to one sole seat, to one fixed haunt, the breast? If not, that fixed places be assigned for each thing's birth, where each, when 'tis create, is able to endure, and that our frames have such complex adjustments that no shift in order of our members may appear. To that degree effect succeeds to cause, nor is the flame once wont to be create in flowing streams, nor cold begot in fire. Besides, if nature of soul immortal be, and able to feel when from our frame disjoined, the same, I fancy, must be thought to be endowed with senses 5. Nor is there way but this, whereby to image to ourselves how under-souls may roam in Acheron. Thus painters and the elder race of bards have pictured souls with senses so endowed. But neither eyes, nor nose, nor hand alone, apart from body, can exist for soul, nor tongue, nor ears apart. And hence, indeed, alone by self they can nor feel nor be. And since we mark the vital sense to be in the whole body, all one living thing, if of a sudden a force with rapid stroke should slice it down the middle and cleave in twain, beyond a doubt likewise the soul itself, divided, dissevered, asunder will be flung along with body. But what severed is, and into sundry parts divides, indeed admits it owns no everlasting nature. We hear how chariots of war, a-reek with hurly slaughter, lop with flashing scythes the limbs away so suddenly that there, fallen from the trunk, they quiver on the earth, the while the mind and powers of the man can feel no pain for swiftness of his hurt, and sheer abandon in the zest of battle. With the remainder of his frame he seeks anew the battle and the slaughter, nor marks how the swift wheels and scythes of ravin have dragged off with the horses his left arm and shield, nor other how his right has dropped away, mounting again and on. A third attempts with leg dismembered to arise and stand, whilst on the ground hard by the dying foot twitches its spreading toes. And even the head, when from the warm and living trunk lopped off, keeps on the ground the vital countenance and open eyes, until 'thas rendered up all remnants of the soul. Nay, once again, if, when a serpent's darting forth its tongue and lashing its tail, thou gettest chance to hew with axe its length of trunk to many parts, thou'lt see each severed fragment writhing round with its fresh wound and spattering up the sod, and there the forepart seeking with the jaws after the hinder, with bite to stop the pain. So, shall we say that these be souls entire in all those fractions? But from that 'twould follow one creature'd have in body many souls. Therefore the soul, which was indeed but one, has been divided with the body too. Each is but mortal, since alike is each hewn into many parts. Again, how often we view our fellow going by degrees, and losing limb by limb the vital sense. First, nails and fingers of the feet turn blue. Next, die the feet and legs. Then o'er the rest slow crawl the certain footsteps of cold death. And since this nature of the soul is torn, nor mounts away as at one time entire, we needs must hold it mortal. But perchance, if thou supposest that the soul itself can inward draw along the frame, and bring its parts together to one place, and so from all the members draw the sense away, why then that place in which such stock of soul collected is should greater seem in sense. But since such place is nowhere for a fact, as said before, 'tis rent and scattered forth, and so goes under. Or again, if now I please to grant the false, and say that soul can thus be lumped within the frames of those who leave the sunshine, dying bit by bit, still must the soul as mortal be confessed. Nor aught it matters whether to wrack it go, dispersed in the winds, or, gathered in a mass from all its parts, sink down to brutish death, since more and more in every region sense fails the whole man, and less of life in every region lingers. And besides, if soul immortal is, and winds its way into the body at the birth of man, why can we not remember something, then, of lifetime spent before? Why keep we not some footprints of the things we did of old? But if so changed hath been the power of mind, that every recollection of things done is fallen away, at no o'erlong remove is that, I trow, from what we mean by death. Wherefore 'tis sure that what hath been before hath died, and what now is now create. Moreover, if after the body hath been built our mind's live powers are wont to be put in, just at the moment that we come to birth and cross the sills of life, 'twould scarcely fit for them to live as if they seemed to grow along with limbs and frame, even in the blood, but rather as in a cavern all alone. Yet all the body duly throngs with sense. But public fact declares against all this, for soul is so entwined through the veins, the flesh, the thews, the bones, that even the teeth share in sensation, as proven by dull ache, by twinge from icy water, or grating crunch upon a stone that got in mouth with bread. Wherefore again souls must be thought nor void of birth, nor free from law of death. Nor, if from outward in they wound their way, could they be thought as able so to cleave to these our frames, nor, since so interwove, appears it that they're able to go forth unhurt and whole and loose themselves unscathed from all the thews, articulations, bones. But if perchance thou thinkest that the soul, from outward winding in its way, is wont to seep and soak along these members ours, then all the more 'twill perish, being thus with body fused. For what will seep and soak will be dissolved, and will therefore die. For just as food dispersed through all the pores of body, and passed through limbs and all the frame, perishes, supplying from itself the stuff for other nature, thus the soul and mind, though whole and new into a body going, are yet, by seeping in, dissolved away, whilst as through pores to all the frame there pass those particles from which created is this nature of mind, now ruler of our body, born from that soul which perished when divided along the frame. Wherefore it seems that soul hath both a natal and funeral hour. Besides, are seeds of soul there left behind in the breathless body, or not? If there they are, it cannot justly be immortal deemed, since, shorn of some parts lost, 'thas gone away. But if borne off with members uncorrupt, 'thas fled so absolutely all away, it leaves not one remainder of itself behind in body. Whence do cadavers, then, from out their putrid flesh exhale the worms? And whence does such a mass of living things, boneless and bloodless, o'er the bloated frame bubble and swarm? But if perchance thou thinkest that souls from outward into worms can wind, and each into a separate body come, and reckonest not why many thousand souls collect where only one has gone away, here is a point, in sooth, that seems to need inquiry and a putting to the test. Whether the souls go on a hunt for seeds of worms wherewith to build their dwelling places, or enter bodies ready-made, as 'twere. But why themselves they thus should do and toil, 'tis hard to say, since, being free of body, they flit around, harassed by no disease, nor cold, nor famine. For the body labors by more of kinship to these flaws of life, and mind, by contact with that body, suffers so many ills. But grant it be for them, however useful, to construct a body to which to enter in, 'tis plain they can't. Then souls for self no frames nor bodies make, nor is there how they once might enter in to bodies ready-made, for they cannot be nicely interwoven with the same, and there'll be formed no interplay of sense common to each. Again, why is it there goes impetuous rage with lions' breed morose, and cunning with foxes, and to deer why given the ancestral fear and tendency to flee? And why, in short, do all the rest of traits engender from the very start of life in the members and mentality, if not because one certain power of mind that came from its own seed and breed waxes the same along with all the body? But were mind immortal, were it wont to change its bodies, how topsy-turvy would earth's creatures act! The Hyrcan hound would flee the onset oft of antlered stag, the scurrying hawk would quake along the winds of air at the coming dove, and men would dote, and savage beasts be wise. For false the reasoning of those that say immortal mind is changed by change of body. For what is changed dissolves, and therefore dies. For parts are redisposed and leave their order, wherefore they must be also capable of dissolution through the frame at last, that they, along with body, perish all. But should some say that always souls of men go into human bodies, I will ask, how can a wise become a dullard soul? And why is never a child's a prudent soul? And the mare's filly, why not trained so well as sturdy strength of steed? We may be sure they'll take their refuge in the thought that mind becomes a weakling in a weakling frame. Yet, be this so, 'tis needful to confess the soul but mortal, since, so altered now throughout the frame, it loses the life and sense it had before. Or how can mind wax strong co-equally with body and attain the craved flower of life, unless it be the body's colleague in its origins? Or what's the purport of its going forth from aged limbs? Fears it perhaps to stay, pent in a crumbled body? Or lest its house, outworn by venerable length of days, may topple down upon it? But indeed, for an immortal, perils are there none. Again, at parturitions of the wild, and at the rites of love, that souls should stand ready hard by, seems ludicrous enough. Immortals waiting for their mortal limbs in numbers innumerable, contending madly which shall be first and chief to enter in, unless perchance among the souls there be such treaties stablished that the first to come flying along shall enter in the first, and that they make no rivalries of strength. Again, in ether can't exist a tree, nor clouds in ocean deeps, nor in the fields can fishes live, nor blood in timber be, nor sap in boulders, fixed and arranged, where everything may grow and have its place. Thus, nature of mind cannot arise alone without the body, nor exist afar from thews and blood. But, if 'twere possible, much rather might this very power of mind be in the head, the shoulders, or the heels, and born in any part soever, yet in the same man, in the same vessel abide. But since within this body, even of ours, stands fixed and appears arranged sure, where soul and mind can each exist and grow, deny we must the more that they can have duration and birth, wholly outside the frame. For verily, the mortal to conjoin with the eternal, and to feign they feel together, and can function each with each, is but to dote. For what can be conceived of more unlike, discrepant, ill assorted, than something mortal in a union joined with an immortal and a secular, to bear the outrageous tempests? Then again, whatever abides eternal must indeed either repel all strokes, because 'tis made of solid body, and permit no entrance of aught with power to sunder from within the parts compact, as are those seeds of stuff whose nature we've exhibited before, or else be able to endure through time for this, because they are from blows exempt, as is the void, the which abides untouched, unsmit by any stroke, or else because there is no room around where two things can, as 'twere, depart in dissolution all, even as the sum of sums eternal is, without or place beyond where two things may asunder fly, or bodies which can smite, and thus dissolve them by the blows of might. But if perchance the soul's to be adjudged immortal, mainly on ground 'tis kept secure in vital forces, either because there come never at all things hostile to its weal, or else because what come somehow retire, repelled, or ere we feel the harm they work. For lo, besides that, when the frame's diseased, soul sickens too, there cometh many a time that which torments it with the things to be, keeps it in dread, and wearies it with cares. And even when evil acts are of the past, still gnaw the old transgressions bitterly. Add, too, that frenzy peculiar to the mind, and that oblivion of the things that were. Add its submergence in the murky waves of drowse and torpor. End of Book 3, Part 3. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 3, Part 4 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus, translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 3, Part 4. Folly of the Fear of Death. Therefore, death to us is nothing, nor concerns us in the least, since nature of mind is mortal evermore. And just as in the ages gone before we felt no touch of ill, when all sides round to battle came the Carthaginian host, and the times, shaken by tumultuous war, under the airy coasts of arching heaven shuddered and trembled, and all humankind doubted to which the empery should fall by land and sea. Thus, when we are no more, when comes that sundering of our body and soul, through which we're fashioned to a single state, verily, naught to us then no more can come to pass, naught move our senses then. No, not if earth confounded were with sea, and sea with heaven. But if indeed do feel the nature of mind and energy of soul after their severance from this body of ours, yet nothing 'tis to us, who in the bonds and wedlock of the soul and body live, through which we're fashioned to a single state. And even if time collected after death the matter of our frames, and set it all again in place as now, and if again to us the light of life were given, oh, yet that process too would not concern us aught, when once the self-succession of our sense has been asunder broken. And now and here, little enough we're busied with the selves we were aforetime, nor concerning them suffer a sore distress. For shouldst thou gaze backwards across all yesterdays of time the immeasurable, thinking how manifold the motions of matter are, then couldst thou well credit this too. Often these very seeds from which we are today, of old, were set in the same order as they are today. Yet this we can't to consciousness recall through the remembering mind. For there hath been an interposed pause of life, and wide have all the motions wandered everywhere from these our senses. For if woe and ail perchance are toward, then the man to whom the bane can happen must himself be there at that same time. But death precludeth this, forbidding life to him on whom might crowd such irk and care. And granted 'tis to know nothing for us there is to dread in death, no wretchedness for him who is no more, the same estate as if ne'er born before, when death immortal hath ta'en the mortal life. Hence, where thou seest a man to grieve, because when dead he rots with body laid away, or perishes in flames, or jaws of beasts, know well he rings not true, and that beneath still works an unseen sting upon his heart, however he deny that he believes his shall be aught of feeling after death. For he, I fancy, grants not what he says, nor what that presupposes, and he fails to pluck himself with all his roots from life, and cast that self away, quite unawares, feigning that some remainders left behind. For when in life one pictures to oneself his body dead by beasts and vultures torn, he pities his state, dividing not himself therefrom, removing not the self enough from the body flung away, imagining himself that body, and projecting there his own sense as he stands beside it. Hence he grieves that he is mortal born, nor marks that in true death there is no second self alive and able to sorrow for self destroyed, or stand lamenting that the self lies there mangled or burning. For if it an evil is, dead, to be jerked about by jaw and fang of the wild brutes, I see not why 'twere not bitter to lie on fires and roast in flames, or suffocate in honey, and, reclined on the smooth oblong of an icy slab, grow stiff in cold, or sink with load of earth down crushing from above. Thee now no more the joyful house and best of wives shall welcome, nor little sons run up to snatch their kisses and touch with silent happiness thy heart. Thou shalt not speed in undertakings more, nor be the warder of thine own no more, poor wretch, they say.
One hostile hour hath ta'en wretchedly from thee all life's many guerdons.
But add not, yet no longer unto thee remains a remnant of desire for them. If this they only well perceived with mind, and followed up with maxims, they would free their state of man from anguish and from fear. Oh, even as here thou art, a slumber in death, so shalt thou slumber down the rest of time, released from every harrying pang. But we have bewept thee with insatiate woe, standing beside, whilst on the awful pyre thou wert made ashes, and no day shall take for us the eternal sorrow from the breast. But ask the mourner, what's the bitterness that man should waste in an eternal grief, if, after all, the thing's but sleep and rest? For when the soul and frame together are sunk in slumber, no one then demands his self or being. Well, this sleep may be forever, without desire of any selfhood more, for all it matters unto us asleep. Yet not at all do those primordial germs roam round our members at that time, afar from their own motions that produce our senses. Since, when he's startled from his sleep, a man collects his senses. Death is then to us much less, if there can be a less than that which is itself a nothing. For there comes hard upon death a scattering more great of the throng of matter, and no man wakes up on whom once falls the icy pause of life. This too, often from the soul men say, along their couches holding of the cups, with faces shaded by fresh wreaths awry. Brief is this fruit of joy to paltry man, soon departed, and thereafter, no, it may not be recalled. As if, forsooth, it were their prime of evils in great death, to parch poor tongues with thirst and arid drought, or chafe for any lack. Once more, if nature should of a sudden send a voice abroad, and her own self inveigh against us so, mortal, what hast thou of such grave concern that thou indulgest in two sickly plaints? Why this bemoaning and beweeping death? For if thy life aforetime and behind to thee was grateful, and not all thy good was heaped as in sieve to flow away and perish unavailingly, why not, even like a banqueter, depart the halls laden with life? Why not, with mind content, take now, thou fool, thy unafflicted rest? But if whatever thou enjoyed hath been lavished and lost, and life is now offence, why seekest more to add, which in its turn will perish foully and fall out in vain? Oh, why not rather make an end of life, of labour? For all I may devise or find to pleasure thee is nothing. All things are the same forever. Though not yet thy body wrinkles with years, nor yet the frame exhausts outworn, still things abide the same, even if thou goest on to conquer all of time with length of days, yea, if thou never diest. What were our answer, but that nature here urges just suit, and in her words lays down true cause of action? Yet should one complain, riper in years and elder, and lament, poor devil, his death more sorely than is fit, then would she not,
with greater right, on him cry out, inveighing with a voice more shrill. Off with thy tears, and choke thy whines, buffoon! Thou wrinklest, after thou hast had the sum of the guerdons of life. Yet, since thou cravest ever what's not at hand, contemning present good, that life has slipped away, unperfected and unavailing unto thee, and now, or ere thou guessed it, death beside thy head stands, and before thou canst be going home sated and laden with the goodly feast. But now yield all that's alien to thine age. Up with good grace, make room for sons, thou must. Justly, I fancy, would ye reason thus, justly inveigh and gird, since ever the old, outcrowded by the new, gives way, and ever the one thing from the others is repaired. Nor no man is consigned to the abyss of Tartarus the black. For stuff must be that thus the after generations grow, though these, their life completed, follow thee. And thus, like thee, are generations all, already fallen, or sometime to fall. So one thing from another rises ever. And in fee simple life is given to none, but unto all mere usufruct. Look back. Nothing to us was all forepast eld of time the eternal, ere we had a birth. And nature holds this like a mirror up of time to be when we are dead and gone. And what is there so horrible appears? Now, what is there so sad about it all? Is't not serener far than any sleep? And verily, those tortures said to be in Acheron the deep, they all are ours here in this life. No Tantalus, benumbed with baseless terror, as the fables tell, fears the huge boulder hanging in the air, but rather, in life, an empty dread of gods urges mortality, and each one fears such fall of fortune as may chance to him. Nor eat the vultures into Tityus, prostrate in Acheron, nor can they find, forsooth, throughout eternal ages, aught to pry around for in that mighty breast, however hugely he extend his bulk, who hath for outspread limbs not acres 9, but the whole earth. He shall not able be to bear eternal pain, nor furnish food from his own frame forever. But for us, a Tityus is he, whom vultures rend prostrate in love, whom anxious anguish eats, whom troubles of any unappeased desires asunder rip. We have, before our eyes, here in this life also, a Sisyphus, in him who seeketh of the populace the rods, the axes fell, and evermore retires a beaten and a gloomy man. For to seek after power, an empty name, nor given at all, and ever in the search to endure a world of toil, oh, this it is, to shove with shoulder up the hill a stone which yet comes rolling back from off the top, and headlong makes for levels of the plain. Then to be always feeding an ingrate mind, filling with good things, satisfying never, as do the seasons of the year for us, when they return and bring their progenies and varied charms, and we are never filled with the fruits of life. Oh, this, I fancy, 'tis to pour, like those young virgins in the tale, waters into a sieve, unfilled forever. Cerberus and Furies, and that lack of light, Tartarus, out-belching from his mouth the surge of horrible heat, the which are nowhere, nor indeed can be. But in this life is fear of retributions just and expiations for evil acts, the dungeon, and the leap from that dread rock of infamy, the stripes, the executioners, the oaken rack, the iron plates, bitumen, and the torch. And even though these are absent, yet the mind, with a fore-fearing conscience, plies its goads and burns beneath the lash, nor sees meanwhile what terminus of ills, what end of pine can ever be, and feareth lest the same but grow more heavy after death. Of truth, the life of fools is Acheron on earth. This also to thy very self sometimes repeat thou mayest. Lo, even good Ancus left the sunshine with his eyes, in divers things a better man than thou, O worthless hind. And many other kings and lords of rule thereafter have gone under, once who swayed o'er mighty peoples. And he also, he who whilom paved a highway down the sea, and gave his legionaries thoroughfare along the deep, and taught them how to cross the pools of brine afoot, and did contemn, trampling upon it with his cavalry, the bellowings of ocean, poured his soul from dying body as his light was ta'en. And Scipio's son, the thunderbolt of war, horror of Carthage, gave his bones to earth, like to the lowliest villein in the house. Add finders out of sciences and arts, add comrades of the Heliconian dames, among whom Homer, sceptred o'er them all, now lies in slumber, sunken with the rest. Then, too, Democritus, when ripened eld admonished him his memory waned away, of own accord offered his head to death. Even Epicurus went, his light of life run out, the man ingenious who o'ertopped the human race, extinguishing all others, as sun in ether arisen, all the stars. Wilt thou, then, dally? Thou complain to go? For whom already life's as good as dead, whilst yet thou livest and lookest? Who in sleep wastest thy lifetime's major part, and snorest even when awake, and ceasest not to see the stuff of dreams, and bearest a mind beset by baseless terror, nor discoverest oft what's wrong with thee when, like a sotted wretch, thou art jostled along by many crowding cares, and wanderest reeling round with mind aswim. If men, in that same way as on the mind they feel the load that wearies with its weight, could also know the causes whence it comes, and why so great the heap of ill on heart, oh, not in this sort would they live their life, as now so much we see them, knowing not what 'tis they want, and seeking ever and ever a change of place, as if to drop the burden. The man who sickens of his home goes out, forth from his splendid halls, and straight returns, feeling i'faith no better off abroad. He races, driving his Gallic ponies along, down to his villa, madly, as in haste to hurry help to a house afire. At once he yawns as soon as foot has touched the threshold, or drowsily goes off in sleep and seeks forgetfulness, or maybe bustles about and makes for town again. In such a way each human flees himself. A self, in sooth, as happens, he by no means can escape. And willy-nilly he cleaves to it and loathes, sick, and guessing not the cause avail. Yet should he see but that, chiefly then, leaving all else, he'd study to divine the nature of things, since here is, in debate, eternal time, and not the single hour, mortal's estate, in whatsoever remains after great death. And too, when all is said, what evil lust of life is this so great subdues us to live so dreadfully distraught in perils and alarms? One fixed end of life abideth for mortality. Death's not to shun, and we must go to meet. Besides, we're busied with the same devices ever and ever, and we are at them ever, and there's no new delight that may be forged by living on. But whilst the thing we long for is lacking, that seems good above all else. Thereafter, when we've touched it, something else we long for. Ever one equal thirst of life grips us agape. And doubtful 'tis what fortune the future times may carry, or what be the chance may bring, or what the issue next awaiting us. Nor by prolonging life take we the least away from death's own time, nor can we pluck one moment off, whereby diminish the aeons of our state of death. Therefore, O man, by living on, fulfill as many generations as thou may. Eternal death shall there be waiting still. And he who died with light of yesterday shall be no briefer time in death's no more than he who perished months or years before. End of Book 3, Part 4. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 4, Part 1 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus, translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 4, Part 1. Proem. I wander afield, thriving in sturdy thought, through unpathed haunts of the Pierides, trodden by step of none before. I joy to come on undefiled fountains there, to drain them deep. I joy to pluck new flowers, to seek for this my head a signal crown from regions where the Muses never yet have garlanded the temples of a man. First, since I teach concerning mighty things, and go right on to loose from round the mind the tightened coils of dread religion. Next, since concerning themes so dark, I frame song so pellucid, touching all throughout, even with the Muses' charm, which, as 'twould seem, is not without a reasonable ground. For as physicians, when they seek to give young boys the nauseous wormwood, first do touch the brim around the cup with the sweet juice and yellow of the honey, in order that the thoughtless age of boyhood be cajoled as far as the lips, and meanwhile swallow down the wormwood's bitter draught, and, though befooled, be yet not merely duped, but rather thus grow strong again with recreated health. So now I, too, since this my doctrine seems in general somewhat woeful unto those who've had it not in hand, and, since the crowd starts back from it in horror, have desired to expound our doctrine unto thee in song, soft-speaking and Pierian, and, as 'twere, to touch it with sweet honey of the muse, if by such method haply I might hold the mind of thee upon these lines of ours, till thou dost learn the nature of all things, and understandest their utility. End of Book 4, Part 1. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 4, Part 2 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus, translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 4, Part 2. Existence and Character of the Images. But since I've taught already of what sort the seeds of all things are, and how distinct in divers forms they flit of own accord, stirred with a motion everlasting on, and in what mode things be from them create, and since I've taught what the mind's nature is, and of what things 'tis with the body knit, and thrives in strength, and by what mode uptorn that mind returns to its primordials. Now will I undertake an argument, one for these matters of supreme concern, that there exist those somewhats which we call the images of things. These, like to films scaled off the utmost outside of the things, flit hither and thither through the atmosphere, and the same terrify our intellects, coming upon us waking or in sleep, when oft we peer at wonderful strange shapes and images of people lorn of light, which oft have horribly roused us when we lay in slumber. That haply never more may we suppose that souls get loose from Acheron, or shades go floating in among the living, or aught of us is left behind at death, when body and mind, destroyed together, each back to its own primordials goes away. And thus I say that effigies of things and tenuous shapes from off the things are sent, from off the utmost outside of the things, which are like films, or may be named a rind, because the image bears like look and form with whatso body has shed it, fluttering forth. A fact thou mayest, however dull thy wits, well learn from this, mainly because we see, even 'mongst visible objects, many be that send forth bodies, loosely some diffused, like smoke from oaken logs and heat from fires, and some more interwoven and condensed, as when the locusts in the summer-time put off their glossy tunics, or when calves at birth drop membranes from their body's surface, or when again the slippery serpent doffs its vestments mongst the thorns, for oft we see the briers augmented with their flying spoils. Since such takes place, 'tis likewise certain too that tenuous images from things are sent, from off the utmost outside of the things. For why those kinds should drop and part from things, rather than others tenuous and thin, no power has man to open mouth to tell, especially since on outsides of things are bodies many and minute, which could, in the same order which they had before, and with the figure of their form preserved, be thrown abroad, and much more swiftly too, being less subject to impediments, as few in number, and placed along the front. For truly, many things we see discharge their stuff at large, not only from their cores deep set within, as we have said above, but from their surfaces at times no less, their very colours too. And commonly the awnings, saffron, red, and dusky blue, stretched overhead in mighty theatres, upon their poles and crossbeams fluttering, have such an action quite. For there they die, and make to undulate with their every hue the circled throng below, and all the stage, and rich attire in the patrician seats. And ever the more the theatre's dark walls around them shut, the more all things within laugh in the bright suffusion of strange glints, the daylight being withdrawn. And therefore, since the canvas hangings thus discharge their dye from off their surface, things in general must likewise their tenuous effigies discharge, because in either case they are off thrown from off the surface. So there are indeed such certain prints and vestiges of forms which flit around, of subtlest texture made, invisible when separate, each and one. Again, all odour, smoke, and heat, and such, streams out of things diffusedly, because, whilst coming from the deeps of body forth and rising out, along their bending path they're torn asunder, nor have gateways straight, wherethrough to mass themselves and struggle abroad. But, contrariwise, when such a tenuous film of outside colour is thrown off, there's naught can rend it, since 'tis placed along the front, ready to hand. Lastly, those images, which to our eyes in mirrors do appear, in water, or in any shining surface, must be, since furnished with like look of things, fashioned from images of things sent out. There are, then, tenuous effigies of forms, like unto them, which no one can divine when taken singly, which do yet give back, when by continued and recurrent discharge expelled, a picture from the mirror's plane. Nor otherwise, it seems, can they be kept so well conserved, that thus be given back figures so like each object. Now then, learn how tenuous is the nature of an image. And in the first place, since primordials be so far beneath our senses, and much less e'en than those objects which begin to grow too small for eyes to note, learn now in few how nice are the beginnings of all things. That this too I may yet confirm in proof. First, living creatures are sometimes so small that even their third part can nowise be seen. Judge, then, the size of any inward organ. What of their sphered heart, their eyes, their limbs, the skeleton? How tiny thus they are! And what besides of those first particles, whence soul and mind must fashioned be? Seest not how nice and how minute? Besides, whatever exhales from out its body a sharp smell, the nauseous absinthe, or the panacea, strong southernwood, or bitter centaury, if never so lightly with thy fingers twain perchance thou touch a one of them, then why not rather know that images flit hither and thither, many, in many modes, bodiless and invisible? But lest haply thou holdest that those images which come from objects are the soul that flit. Others indeed there be, of own accord begot, self-formed in earth's airy skies, which moulded to innumerable shapes are borne aloft, and fluid as they are, cease not to change appearance, and to turn into new outlines of all sorts of forms. As we behold the clouds grow thick on high, and smirch the serene vision of the world, stroking the air with motions. For oft are seen the giants' faces flying far along, and trailing a spread of shadow, and at times the mighty mountains and mountain-sundered rocks going before and crossing on the sun, whereafter a monstrous beast dragging amain and leading in the other thunderheads. Now hear how easy and how swift they be engendered, and perpetually flow off from things, and gliding pass away. Forever every outside streams away from off all objects, since discharge they may. And when this outside reaches other things, as chiefly glass, it passes through. But where it reaches the rough rocks or stuff of wood, there 'tis so rent that it cannot give back an image. But when gleaming objects dense, as chiefly mirrors, have been set before it, nothing of this sort happens, for it can't go as through glass, nor yet be rent, its safety by virtue of that smoothness being sure. 'Tis therefore that from them the images stream back to us, and howso suddenly thou place at any instant anything before a mirror, there an image shows, proving that ever from a body's surface flow off thin textures and thin shapes of things. Thus many images in little time are gendered, so their origin is named rightly a speedy. And even as the sun must send below in little time to earth so many beams to keep all things so full of light incessant, thus, on grounds the same, from things there must be born in many modes to every quarter round upon the moment the many images of things. Because unto whatever face of things we turn the mirror, things of form and hue the same respond. Besides, lo, but a moment since serenest was the weather of the sky, so fiercely sudden is it foully thick, that ye might think that round about all murk had parted forth from Acheron, and filled the mighty vaults of sky, so grievously as gathers thus the storm cloud's gruesome night, do faces of black horror hang on high, of which how small a part an image is, there's none to tell or reckon out in words. Now come, with what swift motion they are borne, these images, and what the speed assigned to them across the breezes swimming on, so that o'er lengths of space a little hour alone is wasted, toward whatever region each with its divers impulse tends, I'll tell in verses sweeter than they many are, even as the swan's slight note is better far than that dispersed clamour of the cranes among the south wind's airy clouds. And first, one oft may see that objects which are light and made of tiny bodies are the swift, in which class is the sun's light and his heat, since made from small primordial elements, which, as it were, are forward knocked along and through the interspaces of the air to pass delay not, urged by blows behind. For light by light is instantly supplied, and gleam by following gleam is spurred and driven. Thus likewise must the images have power through unimaginable space to speed within a point of time. First, since a cause exceeding small there is, which at their back far forward drives them and propels, whereto they're carried with such winged lightness on. And secondly, since furnished, when sent off, with texture of such rareness, that they can through objects whatsoever penetrate, and ooze, as 'twere, through intervening air. Besides, if those fine particles of things, which from so deep within are sent abroad, as light and heat of sun, are seen to glide, and spread themselves through all the space of heaven upon one instant of the day, and fly o'er sea and lands, and flood the heaven, what then of those which on the outside stand prepared, when they're hurled off with not a thing to check their going out? Dost thou not see indeed how swifter and how farther must they go, and speed through manifold the length of space, in time the same that from the sun the rays o'erspread the heaven? This also seems to be example chief and true with what swift speed the images of things are borne about, that soon as ever under open skies is spread the shining water, all at once, if stars be out in heaven, up gleam from earth, serene and radiant in the water there, the constellations of the universe. Now seest thou not in what a point of time an image from the shores of ether falls unto the shores of earth. Wherefore, again, and yet again, 'tis needful to confess, with wondrous. End of Book 4, Part 2. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan. Book 4, Part 3 of On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus. Translated by William Ellery Leonard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Daniel Vimont. Book 4, Part 3. The Senses and Mental Pictures. Bodies that strike the eyes, a waking sight. From certain things flow odors evermore, as cold from rivers, heat from sun, and spray from waves of ocean, eater out of walls around the coasts. Nor ever cease to flit the varied voices, sounds athrough the air. Then, too, there comes into the mouth at times the wet of a salt taste, when by the sea we roam about. And so, whene'er we watch the wormwood being mixed, its bitter stings. To such degree, from all things is each thing borne streamingly along, and sent about to every region round. And nature grants nor rest nor respite of the onward flow, since 'tis incessantly we feeling have, and all the time are suffered to descry and smell all things at hand, and hear them sound. Besides, since shape, examined by our hands within the dark, is known to be the same as that by eyes perceived within the light and lustrous day, both touch and sight must be by one like cause aroused. So, if we test a square and get its stimulus on us within the dark, within the light, what square can fall upon our sight except a square that images the things? Wherefore, it seems the source of seeing is in images, nor without these can anything be viewed. Now, these same films I name are borne about and tossed and scattered into regions all, But since we do perceive alone through eyes, it follows hence that whitherso we turn our sight, all things do strike against it there with form and hue. And just how far from us each thing may be away, the image yields to us the power to see and chance to tell. For when 'tis sent, at once it shoves ahead and drives along the air that's in the space betwixt it and our eyes. And thus this air all glides a-through our eyeballs, and, as 'twere, brushes a-through our pupils, and thus wise passes across. Therefore it comes we see how far from us each thing may be away. And the more air there be that's driven before, and the longer be the brushing breeze against our eyes, the farther off removed each thing is seen to be. Forsooth, this work with mightily swift order all goes on, so that upon one instant we may see what kind the object, and how far away. Nor over marvellous must this be deemed in these affairs, that though the films which strike upon the eyes cannot be singly seen, the things themselves may be perceived. For thus, when the wind beats upon us stroke by stroke, and when the sharp cold streams, 'tis not our wont to feel each private particle of wind or of that cold, but rather all at once. And so we see how blows affect our body, as if one thing were beating on the same, and giving us the feel of its own body outside of us. Again, whene'er we thump with finger-tip upon a stone, we touch but the rock's surface and the outer hue, nor feel that hue by contact, rather feel the very hardness deep within the rock. Now come. And why, beyond a looking-glass, an image may be seen, perceive. For seen it soothly is, removed far within. 'Tis the same sort as objects peered upon outside in their true shape, whene'er a door yields through itself an open peering place, and lets us see so many things outside beyond the house. Also that sight is made by a twofold twin air. For first is seen the air inside the doorposts, next the doors, the twain to left and right, and afterwards a light beyond comes brushing through our eyes, then other air, then objects peered upon outside in their true shape. And thus, when first the image of the glass projects itself, as to our gaze it comes, it shoves ahead and drives along the air that's in the space betwixt it and our eyes, and brings to pass that we perceive the air, ere yet the glass. But when we've also seen the glass itself, forthwith that image which from us is born reaches the glass, and there, thrown back again, comes back unto our eyes, and driving rolls ahead of itself another air, that then 'tis this we see before itself, and thus it looks so far removed behind the glass. Wherefore again there's naught for wonder in those which render from the mirror's plane the vision back, since each thing comes to pass by means of the two airs. Now, in the glass, the right part of our members is observed upon the left, because when comes the image hitting against the level of the glass, 'tis not returned unshifted, but forced off backwards in line direct, and not oblique, exactly as whoso his plaster mask should dash, before 'twere dry, on post or beam, and it should straightway keep, at clinging there, its shape reversed, facing him who threw, and so remould the features it gives back. It comes that now the right eye is the left the right. An image, too, may be from mirror into mirror handed on, until of idle films even 5 or 6 have thus been gendered. For whatever things shall hide back yonder in the house, the same, however far removed in twisting ways, may still be all brought forth through bending paths, and by these several mirrors seen to be within the house, since nature so compels all things to be borne backward and spring off at equal angles from all other things. To such degree the image gleams across from mirror unto mirror, where 'twas left it comes to be the right, and then again returns and changes round unto the left. Again, those little sides of mirrors curved, proportionate to the bulge of our own flank, send back to us their idols with the right upon the right. And this is so because either the image is passed on along from mirror unto mirror, and thereafter, when twice dashed off, flies back unto ourselves, or else the image wheels itself around when once unto the mirror it is come, since the curved surface teaches it to turn to usward. Further, thou mightest well believe that these film idols step along with us, and set their feet in unison with ours, and imitate our carriage, since from that part of a mirror whence thou hast withdrawn, straightway no images can be returned. Further, our eyeballs tend to flee the bright, and shun to gaze thereon. The sun even blinds, if thou goest on to strain them unto him, because his strength is mighty, and the films heavily downward from on high are borne through the pure ether and the viewless winds, and strike the eyes, disordering their joints. So piercing lustre often burns the eyes, because it holdeth many seeds of fire, which working into eyes engender pain. Again, whatever jaundiced people view becomes wan yellow, since from out their bodies flow many seeds wan yellow forth to meet the films of things, and many too are mixed within their eye, which by contagion paint all things with sallowness. Again, we view from dark recesses things that stand in light, because when first has entered and possessed the open eyes this nearer darkling air, swiftly the shining air and luminous followeth in, which purges then the eyes and scatters asunder of that other air the sable shadows. For in large degrees this air is nimbler, nicer, and more strong. And soon as ever 'thas filled and oped with light the pathways of the eyeballs, which before black air had blocked, there follow straightaway those films of things out standing in the light, provoking vision, what we cannot do from out the light with objects in the dark, because that denser darkling air behind followeth in, and fills each aperture, and thus blockades the pathways of the eyes, that there no images of any things can be thrown in and agitate the eyes. And when from far away we do behold the squared towers of a city, oft rounded they seem, on this account because each distant angle is perceived obtuse, or rather it is not perceived at all, and perishes its blow, nor to our gaze arrives its stroke, since through such length of air are borne along the idols that the air makes blunt the idol of the angle's point by numerous collidings. When thus wise the angles of the tower each and all have quite escaped the sense, the stones appear as rubbed and rounded on a turner's wheel, yet not like objects near and truly round, but with a semblance to them, shadowily. Likewise our shadow in the sun, appears to move along, and follow our own steps, and imitate our carriage. If thou thinkest air that is thus bereft of light can walk, following the gait and motion of mankind. For what we use to name a shadow, sure is naught but air deprived of light. No marvel, because the earth from spot to spot is reft progressively of light of sun, whenever, in moving round, we get within its way, while any spot of earth by us abandoned is filled with light again. On this account it comes to pass that what was body's shadow seems still the same to follow after us in one straight course. Since evermore pour in new lights of rays, and perish then the old, just like the wool that's drawn into the flame. Therefore the earth is easily spoiled of light, and easily refilled, and from herself washeth the black shadows quite away. And yet in this we don't at all concede that eyes be cheated, for their task it is to note in whatsoever place be light, in what be shadow, whether or no the gleams be still the same, and whether the shadow which just now was here is that one passing thither, or whether the facts be what we said above. 'Tis after all the reasoning of mind that must decide, nor can our eyeballs know the nature of reality. And so attach thou not this fault of mind to eyes, nor lightly think our senses everywhere are tottering. The ship in which we sail is borne along, although it seems to stand. The ship that bides in roadstead is supposed there to be passing by, and hills and fields seem fleeing fast astern, past which we urge the ship and fly under the bellying sails. The stars, each one, do seem to pause, affixed to the ethereal caverns, though they all forever are in motion, rising out, and thence revisiting their far descents, when they have measured with their bodies bright the span of heaven. And likewise sun and moon seem biding in a roadstead, objects which, as plain fact proves, are really borne along. Between two mountains far away, aloft from midst the whirl of waters, open lies a gaping exit for the fleet, and yet they seem conjoined in a single aisle. When boys themselves have stopped their spinning round, the halls still seem to whirl and posts to reel, until they now must almost think the roofs threaten to ruin down upon their heads. And now, when nature begins to lift on high the sun's red splendor and the tremulous fires, and raise him o'er the mountain tops, those mountains, o'er which he seemeth then to thee to be, his glowing self hard by attinging them with his own fire, are yet away from us scarcely 2,000 arrow-shots, indeed oft scarce 500 courses of a dart, although between those mountains and the sun lie the huge plains of ocean spread beneath the vasty shores of ether, and intervene 1,000 lands, possessed by many a folk and generations of wild beasts. Again, a pool of water of but a finger's depth, which lies between the stones along the pave, offers a vision downward into earth as far as from the earth o'erspread on high the gulfs of heaven, that thus thou seemest to view clouds down below, and heavenly bodies plunged wondrously in heaven under earth. Then, too, when in the middle of the stream sticks fast our dashing horse, and down we gaze into the river's rapid waves, Some force seems then to bear the body of the horse, though standing still, reversely from his course, and swiftly push up stream. And wheresoe'er we cast our eyes across, all objects seem thus to be onward borne, and flow along in the same way as we. A portico, albeit it stands well propped from end to end on equal columns, parallel and big, contracts by stages in a narrow cone, when from one end the long, long hole is seen, until, conjoining ceiling with the floor, and the whole right side with the left, it draws together to a cone's nigh viewless point. To sailors on the main, the sun, he seems from out the waves to rise, and in the waves to set and bury his light, because indeed they gaze on naught but water and the sky. Again, to gazers ignorant of the sea, vessels in port seem as with broken poops to lean upon the water, quite agog. For any portion of the oars that's raised above the briny spray is straight, and straight the rudders from above. But other parts, those sunk, immersed below the waterline, seem broken all, and bended, and inclined sloping to upwards, and turned back to float almost atop the water. And when the winds carry the scattered drifts along the sky in the night time, then seem to glide along the radiant constellations 'gainst the clouds, and there on high to take far other course from that whereon in truth they're borne. And then, if haply our hand be set beneath one eye, and press below thereon, then to our gaze each object which we gaze on seems to be, by some sensation, twain. Then twain the lights of lampions burgeoning in flowers of flame, and twain the furniture in all the house, twofold the visages of fellow men, and twain their bodies. And again, when sleep has bound our members down in slumber soft, and all the body lies in deep repose, yet then we seem to self to be awake and move our members, and in night's blind gloom we think to mark the daylight and the sun, and shut within a room, yet still we seem to change our skies, our oceans, rivers, hills, to cross the plains afoot and hear new sounds, though still the austere silence of the night abides around us, and to speak replies, though voiceless. Other cases of the sort, wondrously many do we see, which all seek, so to say, to injure faith in sense. In vain, because the largest part of these deceives through mere opinions of the mind, which we do add ourselves, feigning to see what by the senses are not seen at all. For naught is harder than to separate plain facts from dubious, which the mind forthwith adds by itself. Again, if one suppose that naught is known, he knows not whether this itself is able to be known, since he confesses naught to know. Therefore, with him I waive discussion, who has set his head even where his feet should be. But let me grant that this he knows. I question, whence he knows what 'tis to know and not to know in turn, and what created concept of the truth, and what device has proved the dubious to differ from the certain, since in things he's heretofore seen naught of true. Thou'lt find that from the senses first hath been create concept of truth, nor can the senses be rebutted. For criterion must be found worthy of greater trust, which shall defeat through own authority the false by true. What, then, than these our senses must there be worthy a greater trust? Shall reason, sprung from some false sense, prevail to contradict those senses, sprung as reason wholly is from out the senses? For lest these be true, all reason also then is falsified. Or shall the ears have power to blame the eyes, or yet the touch the ears? Again, shall taste accuse this touch, or shall the nose confute, or eyes defeat it? Methinks not so it is, for unto each has been divided off its function quite apart, its power to each. And thus we're still constrained to perceive the soft, the cold, the hot apart all divers hues, and whatso things there be conjoined with hues. Likewise, the tasting tongue has its own power apart, and smells apart, and sounds apart are known. And thus it is that no one sense can e'er convict another. Nor shall one sense have power to blame itself, because it always must be deemed the same, worthy of equal trust. And therefore, what at any time unto these senses showed, the same is true. And if the reason be unable to unravel us the cause why objects which at hand were square, afar seem rounded, yet it more availeth us, lacking the reason, to pretend a cause for each configuration, than to let from out our hands escape the obvious things, and injure primal faith in sense, and wreck all those foundations upon which do rest our life and safety. For not only reason would topple down, but even our very life would straightway collapse, unless we dared to trust our senses and to keep away from headlong heights and places to be shunned of a like peril, and to seek with speed their opposites. Again, as in a building, if the first plumb line be askew, and if the square, deceiving, swerve from lines exact, and if the level waver but the least in any part, the whole construction then must turn out faulty, shelving and askew, leaning to back and front, incongruous, that now some portions seem about to fall, and falls the whole ere long, betrayed indeed by first deceiving estimates. So too, thy calculations in affairs of life must be askew and false, if sprung for thee from senses false. So all that troop of words, marshalled against the senses, is quite vain. And now remains to demonstrate with ease how other senses each their things perceive. Firstly, a sound, and every voice is heard when, getting into ears, they strike the sense with their own body. For confess we must, even voice and sound, to be corporeal, because they're able on the sense to strike. Besides, voice often scrapes against the throat, and screams in going out do make more rough the windpipe, naturally enough, methinks, when through the narrow exit, rising up in larger throng, these primal germs of voice have thus begun to issue forth. In sooth, also the door of the mouth is scraped against by air blown outward from distended cheeks. And thus no doubt there is that voice and words consist of elements corporeal, with power to pain. Nor art thou unaware likewise how much of bodies ta'en away, how much from very thews and powers of men may be withdrawn by steady talk, prolonged even from the rising splendor of the morn to shadows of black evening. above all, if 't be outpoured with most exceeding shouts. Therefore the voice must be corporeal, since the long talker loses from his frame a part. Moreover, roughness in the sound comes from the roughness in the primal germs, as a smooth sound from smooth ones is create. Nor have these elements a form the same when the trump rumbles with a hollow roar, as when barbaric Berecynthian pipe buzzes with raucous boomings, or when swans by night from icy shores of Helicon with wailing voices raise their liquid dirge. Thus, when from deep within our frame we force these voices, and at mouth expel them forth, the mobile tongue, artificer of words, makes them articulate, and too the lips by their formations share in shaping them. Hence, when the space is short from starting point to where that voice arrives, the very words must too be plainly heard, distinctly marked. For then the voice conserves its own formation, conserves its shape. But if the space between be longer than is fit, the words must be through the much air confounded, and the voice disordered in its flight across the winds. And so it haps that thou canst sound perceive, yet not determine what the words may mean. To such degree confounded and encumbered the voice approaches us. Again, one word sent from the crier's mouth may rouse all ears among the populace, and thus one voice scatters asunder into many voices, since it divides itself for separate ears, imprinting form of word and a clear tone. But whatso part of voices fails to hit the ears themselves perishes, borne beyond, idly diffused among the winds. A part, beating on solid porticos, tossed back returns a sound, and sometimes mocks the ear with a mere phantom of a word. When this thou well hast noted, thou canst render count unto thyself and others why it is, along the lonely places, that the rocks give back like shapes of words in order like, when search we after comrades wandering among the shady mountains, and aloud call unto them the scattered. I have seen spots that gave back even voices 6 or 7 for one thrown forth. For so the very hills, dashing them back against the hills, kept on with their reverberations. And these spots the neighbouring countryside doth feign to be haunts of the goat-foot satyrs and the nymphs, and tells ye there be fauns, by whose night noise and antic revels yonder, they declare the voiceless silences are broken oft, and tones of strings are made, and wailings sweet, which the pipe, beat by players' finger-tips, pours out. And far and wide the farmer race begins to hear, when, shaking the garmentings of pine upon his half-beast head, god Pan, with puckered lip, oft runneth o'er and o'er the open reeds, lest flute should cease to pour the woodland music. Other prodigies and wonders of this ilk they love to tell, lest they be thought to dwell in lonely spots, and even by gods deserted. This is why they boast of marvels in their story-tellings, or by some other reason are led on, greedy as all mankind hath ever been, to prattle fables into ears. Again, one need not wonder how it comes about that through those places through which eyes cannot view objects manifest, sounds yet may pass and assail the ears. For often we observe people conversing, though the doors be closed. No marvel either, since all voice unharmed can wind through bended apertures of things, while idle films decline to, for they're rent, unless along straight apertures they swim, like those in glass, through which all images do fly across. And yet this voice itself, in passing through shut chambers of a house, is dulled, and in a jumble enters ears, and sound we seem to hear far more than words. Moreover, a voice is into all directions divided up, since off from one another new voices are engendered, when one voice hath once leapt forth, outstarting into many, as oft a spark of fire is wont to sprinkle itself into its several fires. And so voices do fill those places hid behind, which all are in a hubbub round about, astir with sound. But idle films do tend, as once sent forth, in straight directions all. Wherefore one can inside a wall see naught, yet catch the voices from beyond the same. Nor tongue and palate, whereby we flavour feel, present more problems for more work of thought. Firstly, we feel a flavour in the mouth when forth we squeeze it in chewing up our food, as any one, perchance, begins to squeeze with hand and dry a sponge with water soaked. Next, all which forth we squeeze is spread about along the pores and intertwined paths of the loose-textured tongue, and so, when smooth the bodies of the oozy flavour, then delightfully they touch, delightfully they treat all spots around the wet and trickling enclosures of the tongue. And, contrariwise, they sting and pain the sense with their assault, according as with roughness they're supplied. Next, only up to palate is the pleasure coming from flavour. For in truth, when down 'thas plunged along the throat, no pleasure is, whilst into all the frame it spreads around. Nor aught it matters with what food is fed the body, if only what thou take thou canst distribute well digested to the frame, and keep the stomach in a moist career. Now, how it is we see some food for some, others for others, I will unfold. Or wherefore what to some is foul and bitter, yet the same to others can seem delectable to eat. Why here so great the distance and the difference is, that what is food to one, to some becomes fierce poison, as a certain snake there is, which, touched by spittle of a man, will waste and end itself by gnawing up its coil. Again, fierce poison is the hellebore to us, but puts the fat on goats and quails. That thou mayest know by what devices this is brought about, in chief thou must recall what we have said before, that seeds are kept co-mixed in things in divers modes. Again, as all the breathing creatures which take food are outwardly unlike, and outer cut and contour of their members bounds them round, each differing kind by kind, they thus consist of seeds of varying shape. And furthermore, since seeds do differ, divers too must be the interstices and paths, which we do call the apertures, in all the members, even in mouth and palate too. Thus some must be more small, or yet more large, three-cornered some, and others squared, and many others round, and certain of them many-angled too, in many modes. For as the combination and motion of their divers shapes demand, the shapes of apertures must be diverse, and paths must vary according to their walls that bound them. Hence, when what is sweet to some becomes to others bitter, for him to whom 'tis sweet, the smoothest particles must needs have entered caressingly the palate's pores. And, contrariwise, with those to whom that sweet is sour within the mouth, beyond a doubt the rough and barbed particles have got into the narrows of the apertures. Now easy it is from these affairs to know, whatever indeed, where one from o'er-abundant bile is stricken with fever, or in otherwise feels the roused violence of some malady, there the whole frame is now upset, and there all the positions of the seeds are changed, so that the bodies which before were fit to cause the savour, now are fit no more. And now more apt are others which be able to get within the pores and gender sour. Both sorts, in sooth, are intermixed in honey, what oft we've proved above to thee before. Now come, and I will indicate what wise impact of odour on the nostrils touches. And first, 'tis needful there be many things from whence the streaming flow of varied odours may roll along. And we're constrained to think they stream and dart and sprinkle themselves about impartially. But for some breathing creatures one odour is more apt, to others another, because of differing forms of seeds and pores. Thus, on and on along the zephyrs bees are led by odour of honey, vultures too by carcasses. Again, the forward power of scent in dogs doth lead the hunter on whithersoever the splay foot of wild beast hath hastened its career, and the white goose, the saviour of the Roman citadel, forescents afar the odour of mankind. Thus, diversely to divers ones is given peculiar smell that leadeth each along to his own food, or makes him start aback from loathsome poison. And in this wise are the generations of the wild preserved. Yet is this pungence not alone in odours, or in the class of flavours, but likewise the look of things and hues agree not all so well with senses unto all, but that some unto some will be to gaze upon more keen and painful. Lo, the raving lions, they dare not face and gaze upon the cock, who's wont with wings to flap away the night from off the stage, and call the beaming morn with clarion voice. And lions straightway thus bethink themselves of flight, because, ye see, within the body of the cocks there be some certain seeds, which into lions' eyes injected bore into the pupils deep, and yield such piercing pain they can't hold out against the cocks, however fierce they be. Whilst yet these seeds can't hurt our gaze the least, either because they do not penetrate, or since they have free exit from the eyes as soon as penetrating, so that thus they cannot hurt our eyes in any part by their remaining. To speak once more of odour, whatever assail the nostrils, some can travel a longer way than others. None of them, however, is borne so far as sound or voice, while I omit all mention of such things as hit the eyesight and assail the vision. For slowly on a wandering course it comes, and perishes sooner, by degrees absorbed easily into all the winds of air. And first, because from deep inside the thing it is discharged with labour. For the fact that every object, when 'tis shivered, ground, or crumbled by the fire, will smell the stronger, is sign that odours flow and part away from inner regions of the things. And next, thou mayest see that odor is create of larger primal germs than voice, because it enters not through stony walls, wherethrough unfailingly the voice and sound are born. Wherefore, besides, thou wilt observe, 'tis not so easy to trace out in whatso place the smelling object is. For dallying on along the winds, the particles cool off, and then the scurrying messengers of things arrive our senses when no longer hot. So dogs oft wander astray, and hunt the scent. Now mark, and hear what objects move the mind, and learn in few whence unto intellect do come what come. And first I tell thee this, that many images of objects rove in many modes to every region round, so thin that easily the one with other, when once they meet, uniteth in mid-air, like gossamer or gold leaf. For indeed, far thinner are they in their fabric than those images which take a hold on eyes and smite the vision, since through body's pores they penetrate, and inwardly stir up the subtle nature of mind and smite the sense. Thus centaurs and the limbs of Scyllas, thus the Cerberus visages of dogs we see, and images of people gone before, dead men whose bones earth bosomed long ago, because the images of every kind are everywhere about us born, in part those which are gendered in the very air of own accord, in part those others which from divers things do part away, and those which are compounded, made from out their shapes. For soothly, from no living centaur is that phantom gendered, since no breed of beast like him was ever. But when images of horse and man by chance have come together, they easily cohere, as aforesaid, at once through subtle nature and fabric thin. In the same fashion others of this ilk created are, and when they're quickly born in their exceeding lightness, easily, as earlier I showed, one subtle image, compounded, moves by its one blow the mind, itself so subtle and so strangely quick. That these things come to pass, as I record, from this thou easily canst understand. So far as one is unto other like, seeing with mind as well as with the eyes must come to pass in fashion not unlike. Well now, since I have shown that I perceive haply a lion through those idle films such as assail my eyes, 'tis thine to know also the mind is in like manner moved, and sees nor more nor less than eyes do see, except that it perceives more subtle films, the lion and aught else through idle films. And when the sleep has overset our frame, the mind's intelligence is now awake, still for no other reason save that these, the selfsame films, as when we are awake, assail our minds, to such degree indeed that we do seem to see for sure the man whom, void of life, now death and earth have gained dominion over. And nature forces this to come to pass because the body's senses are resting, thwarted through the members all, unable now to conquer false with true, and memory lies prone and languishes in slumber, nor protests that he, the man whom the mind feigns to see alive, long since hath been the gain of death and dissolution. And further, 'tis no marvel idols move and toss their arms and other members round in rhythmic time, and often in men's sleeps it haps an image this is seen to do. In sooth, when perishes the former image, and other is gendered of another pose, that former seemeth to have changed its gestures. Of course, the change must be conceived as speedy, so great the swiftness, and so great the store of idle things, and, in an instant brief as mind can mark, so great again the store of separate idle parts to bring supplies. It happens also that there is supplied sometimes an image not of kind the same, but what before was woman, now at hand is seen to stand there altered into male, or other visage, other age succeeds. But slumber and oblivion take care that we shall feel no wonder at the thing. And much in these affairs demands inquiry, and much illumination, if we crave with plainness to exhibit facts. And first, why doth the mind of one to whom the whim to think has come behold forthwith that thing? Or do the idols watch upon our will, and doth an image unto us occur directly we desire? If heart prefer the sea, the land, or after all the sky, assemblies of the citizens, parades, banquets, and battles, these and all, doth she, nature, create and furnish at our word? Maugre the fact that in same place and spot another's mind is meditating things all far unlike. And what again of this, when we in sleep behold the idol's step in measure, forward, moving supple limbs, whilst forth they put each supple arm in turn with speedy motion, and with eyeing heads repeat the movement, as the foot keeps time? Forsooth, the idols, they are steeped in art, and wander to and fro, well taught indeed. Thus, to be able in the time of night to make such games. Or will the truth be this? Because in one least moment that we mark, that is, the uttering of a single sound, there lurk yet many moments, which the reason discovers to exist. Therefore it comes that, in a moment howso brief ye will, the divers idols are hard by, and ready, each in its place diverse. So great the swiftness, so great again the store of idle things. And so, when perishes the former image, and other is gendered of another pose, the former seemeth to have changed its gestures. And since they be so tenuous, mind can mark sharply alone the ones it strains to see, and thus the rest do perish one and all, save those for which the mind prepares itself. Further, it doth prepare itself indeed, and hopes to see what follows after each, hence this result. For hast thou not observed how eyes, essaying to perceive the fine, will strain in preparation, otherwise unable sharply to perceive at all? Yet know thou canst that even in objects plain, if thou attendest not, 'tis just the same as if 'twere all the time removed and far. What marvel, then, that mind doth lose the rest, save those to which 'thas given up itself? So 'tis that we conjecture from small signs things wide and weighty, and involve ourselves in snarls of self-deceit. End of Book 4, Part 3. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan.